I had some problems, needless to say. Okay. Let's, I don't know. Uh, Okay. Let's go from Monday and then we'll take it up to here. So, Monday's stream had a kind of an abrupt ending. I thought it was actually at the 3 hour mark because that was what Twitch told me. But it turns out it was a 2.5 hour cast. So I had connectivity problems. Stream just straight up died, and I figured it was probably better that I just, just call it a night. So if it seems like the Stellaris stream from yesterday ended abruptly, then hello, NHL 20. Oh, Jesus, I just bought 19. Okay, anyway, sorry, I'm just looking at Twitter. Cool. I finally have an Xbox to play this stuff on. Anyways, okay. So, the Stellaris stream on Monday, unfortunately that ended abruptly, and it's shorter than what I wanted, but that's life. If you like the Stellaris stuff, you will get a full Stellaris stream next Monday. Cultist Simulator, next week I will be at Dirty Rectangles, which is the local game dev collective. That is the usual thing that happens the 3rd of every month, so that won't be a surprise. But of course, if you are coming here looking for Cultist Simulator stuff, you will have to find that elsewhere, unfortunately. Or you can just enjoy one of the many fine VODs on the YouTube channel. Small plug there. And then Fridays seem to have been dedicated to The Darkest Dungeon, but I will have to admit, I am sitting on 2 games that I'd really like to cover. One that I'm going to be covering quite consistently, and then the second one is actually another card game that I've been wanting to show you, and unfortunately I've been finding it very hard to balance my schedule for these sorts of things. Obviously last week we did Fit for a King, which was, was good, but it took a lot out of me to add that extra day. So, by the way, if you've not checked out Fit for a King, it is incredibly charming. I am very much not the audience for that kind of game, but it turned out to work rather well. So I'm just going to take a quick second to verify that I'm live here, and then we'll do our introductions and move on with our lives. The only reason I do this is occasionally I found that I'm like hosting Ponce or something like that, and that always makes me feel like an idiot. Okay, we are good. So, who is responsible? Design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz, Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding, Martin Nerukar, who's got Nowhere Profit Out. Art by Catherine Unger, Clockwork Cuckoo, Lottie Bevan, Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Moore Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagne, and Hannah Rose. Additional design by Calvin Porter. Marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. Special thanks to Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, and literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. There have been a couple of departures at Weather Factory. Some of them have mentioned that they would rather not have press reveal it, and while I realize that my stream doesn't count as press, I will leave it to the discretion of people's public announcements. They'll be the ones to break that news rather than me. And obviously the Book of Hours, while it's certainly very exciting that it was coming out on September the 3rd, has been, or the Kickstarter was coming out September the 3rd, it's obviously been delayed. So with that in mind, we will have more time to enjoy Cultist Simulator, and away we go. Where are we? So, we've been sort of chowing down on whatever locations we can find. So we are in Snowskeeper. I believe the Tombs of the Shadowless Kings is the last of the Rending Mountains. We found that. Vagabond's map. So I messed up a little bit. We actually have... I was supposed to get things before the Vagabond's map. Vagabond's map needs to be exhausted, and then we go to the last step. So I actually have a few more locations that I need to go through than I anticipated, but we'll make the most of what we've got. Let's just review the position. So we don't have any notoriety unless I'm painting it. Nope. So no notoriety to worry about, although I believe we're going to be getting some from the expedition. The weary detective is currently chasing us down. We are translating the Ivory Book, so I want to be careful about Dread emerging, although Bleak Thoughts is already running by. I also got to be careful about A Season of Visions. There's an interesting question as to whether or not I want to try pursuing a visit through the spider's door. I could definitely use the secret histories from it, assuming that I get, well, I mean, higher level secret histories are always good. The challenge that I have is it's not so clear to me that it's going to be worth the notoriety. I have relatively less mystique than last time. Sungif, how you doing? Good to see you. So I'm not actually 100% sure what I want to do with the talk verb yet. If I'm feeling particularly nervous about the detective, I can always arrange for a meet. Well, so here's the thing. I'm going to have to deal with the notoriety at one point or another, so I think at this point let's get Saliba to find me a victim. I don't actually have any, I don't have that much left in terms of Bronze Spintrea, so I think, although I do have the, hang on. I do actually have it's not cracked, so I should be able to go through the door one more time. One way or the other, I do have A Season of Visions coming up in a little while, so let's try and get the victim anyway, and then we'll use the mirror after that when we have a little bit less worry about what nastiness will wait us in the Mansus. We've translated a couple of books. I'm going to finish doing my translations, and then we'll start reading them. And the first little bit that we're going to be doing is preserving our summons and turning those summons into basically items to finish our work with. But for now, I am going to have a chat with Saliba about getting a body. A sufficiently persuasive disciple can probably lure a susceptible companion back to us. Okay. And the serpent sorrow. It lowers its great head, moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? Alright, I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Now, there's a side of me with the 27 funds and the fact that I'm going to be wrapping up expeditions in a little while. There is a temptation to basically paint the restlessness away and start using my work verb for commissions. I might want to be a little more secure in my finances, but it's definitely something I'm pretty strongly considering. Sungif says, you're just slapped down for using ableist humor because you invoke the famous twist moment in Invasion of the Body Snatchers where Donald Sutherland points and goes, You're very confused. I'm not sure what context that happened in, but I'm sorry things didn't turn out for you, Sungif. The Ivory Book. The Manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limea, in the Roman province of Hispania Galatia. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Okay. I can translate Frisian now. And I have a lot of it. Let's translate the last few scene text that I have, and then I'll start on the Frisian groups. So this is the 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. The painter Niels Fredrik Malsker notoriously attempted a series of paintings based on the torments. By the 5th torment, the demands of the painting had grown so dire that he died of blood loss. The diagrams in this text are thankfully less detailed. Yeah, I'm not 100% clear on that, Sungif, but it's hard, right? Like I always kind of take the view that so kind of the when in Rome thing. It's one of the reasons, I mean, so I'm kind of bad at this in the sense that I do take the view that, so you notice I don't write down rules, and it's basically because I am generally pretty permissive of stuff in the channel. I think most of the things that I'm opposed to are things that fall under general Twitch code of conduct. So, for instance, if somebody were to come in and spout white supremacy stuff, like what happened during Hearts of Iron 4, you don't need me to tell you that that's a ban. That's not a timeout, that's a ban. Because coming to my stream is not going to be the way that you divest yourself of that ignorance. I wish it was, but I'm simply not going to be the mechanism through which somebody has that enlightenment. And of course, the cost to the community for dealing with that sort of stuff is higher than I particularly want to bear. But yeah, with that in mind, like, so like the kind of the view of that winds up being, it's like it is. But part of where this comes from is my background as a mod. And I always noticed that when people were like timed, so there's two things that happen. One, if somebody gets timed out, it's like 80%, it feels like it's like 80% likely that they will turn that timeout into a ban. Because instead of saying, instead of acknowledging that, okay, I've done something that puts me on ice for a little while, I have, violated the rules of the community, it instead becomes litigating the ban. And essentially what writing out the rules does is it just winds up equipping the people who get the timeout to, go into this really needless exchange. And you'll notice that I don't really have a lot of mods here. So at this point, it's sort of like, well, rather than just letting people try and skirt around this stuff, it'll be, it's permissive. If you do something that I don't like, I will let you know. And if I have to tell you more than once, I'll probably time you out or ban you. But in general, in the situation you're talking about, obviously if there's a rule, so like I don't like the no politics or religion rule, but if there is a chat and there is a no politics or religion thing, I'm not going to talk about the fact that, Canada just has started an election today. So I'm going to get super political because my prime minister is going to get elected. But, if you didn't have any rules or something like that and you got booted, it's unfortunate. But, I mean, on the other hand, I suppose if that's going to be something that people get upset by, and it's the sort of thing that you're likely to do in future, it may be that it's just not a good fit. But yeah, so, I mean, if you don't feel welcome, not continuing to be there is probably the best option. All right. Again, I'm trying to find the right time to hit the, the restlessness into passion thing. Because it's always like if I'm waiting for a whole number or something like that, I know I'm going to be waiting a little while to get to 30, and there's nothing magical about 30 versus 27. Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know why you were made to feel unwelcome the way that you were, Sungif. I'm sorry that happened to you, but I don't really have a whole lot more I can say about it. In the crumbling depths of Hunter's Pits, we found a room where battle scenes are painted on the walls. Here are the shrines of all the greatest hunters of the Tearing tribes. Out in the night, my followers whispering the words that sometimes they might even mean. Even if their victim knows the words are lies, they may not care. Alright. I think I'm just gonna jump in with both feet And no, actually, I'm going to paint with the notoriety. That's what I'm going to do. Well, yeah, so it's hard for me to tell you what it was about, Sungif, because so it's a little bit like what I was saying there. Like, I completely understand that there are going to be people who visit my channel who think that the I'm not going to tell you rules, I just expect you to behave yourself thing to be extremely unreasonable. And I'm not entirely sure that they would be wrong in that. Like, especially if I started getting really strict on, you violated this terrible, rule that we have, and you never even knew about it. It's the responsibility on me is to be as permissive as I like to think that I am. It's really the backseating thing that is the kiss of death here. And as far as I'm concerned, like, that should just be a general rule on Twitch. I mean, my experience of Twitch is that people do not want to be told how to play the game, that tags say when backseating is permitted, and that it's better to err on the side of caution. And every single time, I deal with, so I always get you should put up a bot to, yes, you can backseat me on my moderation, or I can just, time out the stuff that annoys me. Like, the fact of the matter is, if you go into, like, a bigger cast and somebody tells the streamer how to play the game, nobody questions why that person got timed out, even if that rule is not written on the channel rules. And it's clear to see why. Like, you can't unring a bell. So, like, the best that I can say is that every community is going to have its own set of rules. Whether or not those rules are acceptable, whether or not those rules are tolerant or not, they're there, and it's not really, like, it sounds really unfair, but, like, obviously they're kind of allowed to choose who they want to have in their community. So clearly in the situation that you ran into, it feels like it was a very arbitrary and, an unfair kind of a shunning that you experienced. I mean, I think the thing that you said, if you're referring to Donald Sutherland in Invasion of the Body Snatchers, that's one thing, but I believe that term might have connotations that maybe you hadn't intended. And again, I mean, the thing is, in one sense, I kind of understand that communities are not necessarily under any obligation to make me feel welcome. On the other hand, if those communities want to flourish, they kind of need to make people feel welcome. And so in their case, I mean, certainly you're very pleasant inside of the chat here. I'm happy to have you. And so in my view, that they missed out on somebody who's fun to hang out with. But ultimately, that is the kind of thing that's their choice to make. So why they did that, I mean, I'm not quite sure. But, that's sort of like saying, why did somebody not laugh at my knock-knock joke? It's like, well, maybe, that isn't their sense of humor. So, Samur, hello, it's been quite a while since you came here, System Talk. How are you doing? I don't feel like it's been that long, but I'll take your word for it. I'm doing all right. Work is getting a little nasty. Well, I don't know, Sungif. People say I'm fairly progressive. I don't feel like I'm fairly progressive, but I'm not sure I'm not sure in your case what you experienced had anything to do with ableism. I actually don't know what the deal was with what happened with you. But I'm glad, because most of my friends actually find me too conservative. And I don't consider myself conservative. So it's something of a relief that somebody finds me to be a brain-dead liberal rather than a heartless conservative. I guess there's a middle ground somewhere. Anyways, yeah, work is getting a little, sorry. I had a Danish just before I started, and apparently some of it's sticking in my... There we go. Work's getting a little... It's being a bit of a drag, but this is the right game to play if you're feeling that work is a drag. How have things been with you? Okay, bitter black salt. Oh, sorry, I should read the Malleus imperative. Tiny ear bone blackened with intense heat. Applied correctly, it can crack stone. And we haven't read the bitter black salts in a while, so no ordinary chemist could produce these dark gleaming crystals, not without the touch of the forge. We've got a Scaptodon fang. It is rare for the lionsmith to make Scaptodons now, but they are difficult to kill, and they live for a very long time. By the way, I don't think I actually read the text for this, so we had the great hunters of the Tearing Tribes, and these are the trophies the hunters won. Not all beasts they slew are beasts that walk the earth today. So I think we get multiple Scaptodon fangs, if memory serves. Maybe we don't. Okay. The Book of Dissolution. Alexander Probst, following the foundational work of J. Wrigglesworth Jensen, recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. So I'll rearrange everything to put the Mandiac books together. Simmer says, I think it's maybe been more than a month, maybe two, long time for you, and you're good. Was about to sleep, saw me playing Cultist Simulator, so you guess you're going back to playing it again. Thanks for asking. Well, I don't want to keep you from sleep, but it is an enjoyable game, and it's a relaxing game, so hopefully it'll put you in the right mood. I'll try not to be too loud or clowny when it comes up, so if you do need to nod off, you can do so without feeling too what's the word? I don't know, without the risk of being jolted up. Okay, we've got the August Stone, or maybe it's the August Stone. The August Stone. A tremendous bowl, big as a gong, carved from black basalt, with matching incantations in Aramaic and Mandiac. If you speak Aramaic, you can use this as a key to Mandiac. Well, I happen to have Aramaic, so... Lock the study door, the work begins. Okay, so I've only got 16 and 32 left for my summons, so I kind of want to get them up and running. We'll go to the Snow's Keeper, a bright mountain peak temple of ill-omened aspect. Jewel-bright fungus slicks glow in the snow. None has come here in a generation, but still something moves within. I feel like I'm going to run and brag to all my friends now, Sungif. It's like, see, somebody told me that I... We'll brave the mountain snows to reach the temple. If the dead rise against us, we'll suppress them. But there is a malignity here that we must suppress, or it will return home with us. So that suggests to me that we probably need heart for a curse, and winter for the dead. So winter's not too much of a worry, because I've got my super cultists, and then we'll have a clearer idea of what the curse is when the expedition begins. And in 20 seconds, I'm going to paint out the restlessness. I'm going to turn that into money, and we'll start doing some commissions because I'm reasonably well set up. So, mind you, mentioned it was a Dane. We're famously backwards. Really? I had no idea. I just thought I'd say it's a high and indeed relaxing game. I even made a nice playlist for the game. For now, I'm off to sleep. Enjoy your stream, and day-night, System Jock. Adios. I am in Canada, so it is night for me. I'm certainly looking forward to a nice long stream. So have a good sleep, Simmer. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see you sooner rather than later. But until then, have a good one. I hope you enjoy the game as much as you did last time. Okay, a minion is returned, attended with a prisoner, rendered docile with delight. Okay, so I'm going to use these notoriety in the painting, assuming that we know for a fact we're going to have access to them, actually. Moving on, let's say... I don't need my dream slot for anything. Season of Despair is coming up, so I want to be careful about that. But here we'll take the Spider's Door. Hapless prisoners. Someone has fallen into your clutches. They won't survive forever. Indeed. Spider's Door is always thirsty. Always. The blood I have given leaks in threads and spills through the skin of the world, and the door drinks it, and a moment's satisfaction swells its opening until I can pass. Pie time! Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. Have a good one. Okay, what do I want to do with the talk verb? At some point, I probably want to talk to my heart followers, because we do have a bit of notoriety around here. But until then, let's just leave the talk verb open, because I really don't have anything to do with it. Alright, Season of Ambition's coming up, so that's going to give us a graveyard mouth, but we're secure enough that won't be a problem. And it looks like Old and Happy Far Off Things is coming up. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to paint twice with it, I suspect. Not sure, not 100% sure about that yet, but we'll start with the restlessness we have. Here in Scandinavia, Danes are famously uncouth and give no shits about the sensibilities of anyone else. Also, you're super racist. Tell me how you really feel, Sungif. Also, we're super socially permissive, though. We're the first people to legalize porn and gay marriage and similar. Oh, I did not know that. Alright, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, the high passes. Bleak and gray-green slopes lift the eye to distant snow-edged, sky-straining peaks. It'll be a devil of a job to find anything in here. Forge will sustain us, winter will shield us. The worms of the world. We need lantern or moth to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. And then... Not all dead rest easy. These ones dislike our intrusion. We can prevail against them with edge, or they may obey someone who comes in the name of winter. So, we know winter for sure. The tightrope that we need to walk is we don't really have anything... Oh no, actually we do have moth, so I'm an idiot. I'm gonna get dangerous and I'm gonna add Yzabet right away. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Yzabet. We're going to add a gaunt woman who is silent. We'll add funds, and then that should take us for the rest of it. Just gonna enjoy a sip of water. Meanwhile, Swedes are super worried about stepping on anyone's toes, and Norwegians just wrestle elk. Now I can see why you're so popular. Apologies to those from Sweden and Norway. If you disagree with Sungif's characterizations, please feel free to register your protest in the comments, and I will be sure to read them to them when they come back next time. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. So I still don't think I have any. So what I'm looking for right now is we've got basically the paintings that I don't have done yet are the edge and the knock paintings. Now I need a pigment, so I'm basically looking for this aspect. So we've got rose pearl dust, we've got refulgin, we've got the vital pigment, we've got grey dawn oil, and I believe bitter black salts count as pigments. The rest of all of this, though, doesn't have the pigment aspect, and the drawback there, of course, is that without a pigment, I'm not able to make one of these fancy paintings. I'm not sure if I just got unlucky or if I'm missing an important point. No, we really don't have any pigment. So we'll just use the funds and use it to generate money. Half glimpse wistfulness has touched me, so we'll be using this in a painting again, obviously. Wasn't even intention. Oh, in terms of offending your fellow Scandinavians. I'm just using an opportunity. I'm using it as an opportunity to throw you under the bus, Sungif. Don't take it personally. All right, we prepared the text for study. We've got the August Stone. Okay, same deal. So we'll read that to make ourselves a little bit better at language. Mandiac is the language of a Gnostic sect in the remotest part of Persia. Deep Mandiac remains the language of a sect within that sect, but once it was spoken by adepts. All right, we're practical souls, strong and forged. We'll probably be fine. Well, time to bring the gaunt woman who is silent. The hour called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. It's fine. Lovely down here under the bus this time of year. Great view of the gutter. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. Okay, I don't really need the Forbidden Epic, so we can try the Mallory or we can try the Chamber of Ways. I don't actually have a good reason for either one of them because I go through the Spider's Door so infrequently, but I think I'm going to try the Chamber of Ways again. Well, that would have been neat. Now the Howling in the Desert, Howling in the Heart, I believe becomes Restlessness, given enough time. Emotions contort our thoughts. One passion yields to the next, like leaves in the wind's grip. What I think I'm going to do here is I might just let that decay into Restlessness, and we'll see how close I am to achieving any of my other goals with work. This might be helpful when trying to resummon the Callagine, but I need to kind of be careful about when exactly I let this trigger. Last night I came to the Concursum, the Mantis Heart, which has been called the Chamber of Choices, where every path one does not take is a stillborn future. In the sea sky blue of the chamber's light, I saw the sister and witch pass, their four hands weaving two paths to one. I woke with my passions contorted to a knot. There's something I must do. There's always something I must do. I actually don't give Moth enough credit. It's a neat little aspect that I just think gets associated with too many things that I don't like. Okay, so dream-wise, let's just go straight through the Peacock Door. No point in delaying. I hopefully will be able to fulfill these commissions and get Bronze Spintrea after a while. Now, I can't remember if I was just preparing for the extra graveyard mouth or... Okay, yeah, so I was just prepping for that. Now, I need to be a little careful here with the Dread. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So the nice side effect of this is it does give me some extra mystique. Fortunately, it didn't give me that much as far as money is concerned. So do I have any staleness? No, I dodged the bullet there. So again, we'll double up the passion, we'll double up the notoriety. Now the drawback here, of course, is that this is just extending the life of the notoriety. But it's what I got right now, so we'll work with that. And I still don't think I'm not going to do my talk verb with anyone yet, so we'll carry on. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. Good news there. I think in this case I think I'm actually going to add the Lantern Followers just to be safe. Oh wait, no, sorry, we already got the Moth. Yes, okay, we're covered for Moth, so in this case I'm just going to add the money. Taste, the particular taste, the taste which is neither fair nor foul. It comes to trouble my mouth again. My tongue will swell, my lips will blacken. The elixir has set its spores within me, and only dead flesh can quell them. Alright, so our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. And learn something of Deep Mandiac. This tongue has just enough in common with Aramaic to make my studies possible, but not to make them easy. So... the most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert, the birth tongue, it is claimed, of the Mother of Ants herself. And I believe that is all the languages, so I should be able to sort of translate and read everything. At this point, I think we need to start getting some books read, so we'll start with the Iron Book. The Iron Book being a manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limea in the Roman province of Hispania Galatia. This manual was compiled by one Milari Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroads of the waters. Members of the Ordo took an oath the Iron Chain that required them to remain hidden from the world. This manual includes presumably long obsolete addresses and passphrases that could be used to find the Ordo's contact in the town of Iria. Alright, so Splendor will turn into Fascination. I do think I have a season of Dread coming up, so I'm going to dodge the Worm Museum here. It may mean that I miss out on a Secret Histories, but in this case, just because this can potentially hurt me a little bit more than it normally would, so I'm going to try the Red Church instead. And we made the right call. The Vagabond's Map. The Vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the Mantis, but she goes everywhere else. And, if you believe her boast, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover locations in the lone and level sands. I saw the red church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass and the shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night, the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who've sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, save between a man and a man or a woman and a woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said, but they do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstly lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long of the house of Leith and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. Alright, so the drawback here is we now don't... so I have the one bronze Spintrea to repair the mirror again, but basically we're out of means of repairing the mirror reliably. What do I want to do with Dream? Nothing yet. And Fascination comes up next. My recent work has accrued modest fame. The paintings have reviewed well. So this is helpful by generating a lot of mystique. At some point, of course, we'll be paying this debt. But for now, I'll just enjoy the rewards. And we still don't have staleness, to my great surprise. But in this case, we'll start doing the commissions. So Lantern Commission, we're reasonably well set up. We've got 28, and we're closer to the sort of the completion of our little adventure queue here. It's a substantial on Lantern, so we'll toss that in. And I really don't know what I want to do with the dream... Or no, I do know what I want to do with the dream verb. We will go through the Stag Door, and this is just because I know that I can upgrade Forbidden Epics and Forgotten Chronicles. Eventually I can turn them into Vagabond's Maps and higher. It is sort of a long journey, but it's one that I can do reasonably well because I have the bookshop headquarters. So, and I don't have anything else to do with my reason right now. So it'll be a little bit of a... It'll be a little bit of a grind, but not an unpleasant one, because of course we're going to be working on the expedition anyway. Excuse me. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. By the way, oh, nope, lost it. Sorry. I was going to mention something, but I don't know if it's a surprise or not, so it's something I'm organizing with someone else, so I should just keep my big mouth shut until I know for sure. Alright, the final part of the manual describes the punishments for Ordo members who break their oath of secrecy. This includes an invocation used to summon the spirit called King Crucible as an agent of vengeance. Yevney cautions that this must be a last resort when the Oathbreaker would otherwise go unpunished. Summoning King Crucible might draw the personal attention of the Forge of Days. So we've got the Khalidate Invocation. The names of the Forge have all spoken these words. Still not a higher level of Forge lore. I actually do kind of want higher Forge lore if I can, for the simple reason that I can actually start summoning King Crucible. Or maybe I just need the 8. I don't recall. Anyways, it'll be... it's a little difficult for me to accomplish what I want right now. Now, the Rattling in the Soul. This is a harder one. Yeah, so I need the lowest level Restlessness, which I probably won't have. So in 8 seconds, this is probably going to go down to a 2. And at that point, I'm going to need to figure out... I'm going to need to figure out if I want to deal with the restlessness or if I want to try and put this into some kind of a like a ritual or something. Alright, let's read the Silver Book. So the Silver Book, a manual of the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limea in the Roman province of Hispania Galatia. This manual was compiled by one Burzgash, who explains that he came to join the Ordo from the city of Messenger Eagles after he abandoned the service of the Ivory Dove. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the silver chain that forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always the crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. It was apparently permissible for men to lie with men and women with women, in fact. Burzgash suggests that that should be encouraged to distract from other temptations. So it's a knock lore that we'll be getting off of that. I'm a little curious if the quiet chat is because I'm actually starting closer to on time to not tonight or not. Okay, so a subtle rupture would be good for summoning, and I actually do kind of want to do some summoning soon. I think I'm going to still try and go for the lore, though. I'm ready to improve. The painted river runs from a great chamber near the white door far through the mansis, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. So this is one that I get pretty frequently. I am actually not that bothered by it because I kind of consider these to be kind of long-term erudition, and especially when I want to upgrade lore, having some erudition lying around is not the worst thing in the world. So I'm not too sad whenever I get that. All right, I think I'm just going to turn in with the commission givers. Although, come to think of it, I've got a nice little rotation going here. Okay, so if I do this, I'm committed to turning this into a restlessness. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything else that I can do at the moment. My summons are on an expedition, and I don't have anything I can really do with this on its own. So we'll leave it be. If we get a bronze spin tray out of this, we'll use it to repair the mirror right away. Excellent. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. This is nice for stacking up the mystique again. I want to keep an eye on this erudition because there might be an argument for upgrading some of these forbidden epics right now. Okay, what else do we have? It's actually a little bit harder for me to justify repairing the mirror because it would mean I'm not able to turn in right away. So no, I won't repair the mirror. I think we're just going to go through the stag door again. Change my mind. The dead draw back with their almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. Just going to tab out for a quick second here. Sorry about that, guys. We're almost certainly strong enough in Moth to secure against this curse. The manual prescribes potential countermeasures to protect those who might be tempted to go against the oath: masks, disfigurement, severe poetic disciplines. Those who do break it are to be punished with death, although there are lesser punishments prescribed for various acts that don't involve actual coitus. An invocation is included, which is used to incorporate these punishments into summoning rites. The Menascate Invocation. When the moon's face was wounded, these words appeared. Alright, now I'm a little nervous about the Ivory book just because it's winter, which tends to bring up a lot of dread, and we do have a Season of Despair coming up. So I think what I'm going to do here, I am going to read the Ivory book next, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait about 8 seconds so that the time can pass by. Okay, I need to paint away that restlessness. or otherwise convert it into something. There could be an argument for me to just continue fulfilling commissions, and then I just talk with Miss Nania about turning that restlessness into something else. I'm also going to want a vitality before too long. The thing is, for me, I actually do like taking advantage of things like... No, you know what? By that reasoning, I should be using these fleeting reminiscences to turn into... I should be using the fleeting reminiscences and turn them into money as well. I think I'm just going to talk with Miss Nania and turn... Okay, so... First of all, Madame Bichet gets her commission. Count Jannings, I start work on his commission. And once the 10 seconds are done, we'll talk with Miss Nania about this restlessness and turn it into something more useful. Okay, so Ivory Book. A manual for the Order Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limea in the Roman province of Hispania Galatia. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai who claims to have fled from the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum's throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. I realize I read this after... right at the end. Members of the Ordo took an oath to the ivory chain not to have commerce with the hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and processes of indulgence. We've got a little under 3 minutes on our notoriety, so I want to keep an eye on that. If I want to upgrade Forbidden Epics, I need Glimmering, and then Erudition or Library. This is always such a hard one because I can never remember if it gives me secret histories or a fascination. I'm going to risk the fascination because I know I have fleeting reminiscence to cure it. Yep. Thing is, if I wound up with a winter, that would have eventually turned into dread, so I'm not exactly sad that that happened. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, and of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So we'll use the older of the fleeting reminiscences to get rid of this. This is just trying to make the most out of the material that I get. We've got our item from Madame Bichet. Now, one thing that always kind of interests me here is a lot of people talk about, well, this is maybe less true, but it used to be the case that people would talk about using, kind of going on a lot of commissions, writing a bunch of them, and then using the proceeds to sort of sell them at Oriflammes and whatnot. And I sort of understand the logic by that. I think the only problem I personally have with it is that I always like having my explore verb sort of always turning over so that I can make the most of my summons. And I've always wondered how people find the time to go to Oriflammes if they're... I mean, I'm assuming they just don't go on expeditions the way that I do, but I kind of feel like expeditions are too important to leave aside, so... I don't know. Maybe somebody will correct me. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I should maybe try it once. Maybe, like, one of the plans that I had... So, when I finish the Ghoul playthrough, I am going to take a little break from Cultist Simulator. And this is... I mean, it's obviously poorly timed because of all of the news surrounding it. Oh, that's right. I was going to talk with Miss Nania. Can I afford it? But it's basically, this has been the longest single run that I've sort of had of Cultist Simulator without breaks, so I kind of needed a little bit of time to recharge my batteries. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Part of it was sort of knowing that there would be a few Book of Hours things to sort of talk about and whatnot. But the plan is that after the Ghoul playthrough, there will be some more, I'm going to do more VOD style content, and that will probably be me mopping up the achievements that I don't have, as well as doing a few sort of specialized casts in terms of like, I want to try and do something. This could be things like, you know, I want to see if I can beat the game without forming a cult or something like that. So I mean, if people have ideas for that, let me know. I think one of the drawbacks is that that's probably going to mean that I've had this nice gradual sort of increase in terms of YouTube attention because of Cultist Simulator, and I sort of know this is true with streaming as well, if you don't kind of keep that train running, you tend to see growth shrink. But, I mean, this is the thing, it's a hobby, right? So if I wanted to turn it into a career, certainly I would be considered. It's a little bit like, you know, not showing up to work. You generally don't flourish if you don't show up to work. But I think for the Cultist Simulator stuff, I'm going to take a little bit of a break just so I can come back and do some of the things that I might find a bit challenging with a fresh set of eyes. And then as far as the live casts are concerned, I actually have some stuff I'm really looking forward to showing you. So I still like Cultist Simulator. It's a fine game, and my opinion of it has obviously grown since the very first alpha. But it's like anything. Like, obviously, if you play the same thing, you know, once a week or more for several months, you start to kind of wonder if there's something else out there. So I think it's the best way that I can make sure that I continue to do things that are interesting in the long run, while making sure that I cover some of the other things that I find interesting. So if I was a little bit sharper, I would have had Miss Nania already convert that restlessness, but I wasn't thinking at the time. So Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of the dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour, called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret, and these rites for that hour we have made an understanding. And we've got the invocation of the Ivory Dove. There is a power that commemorates and grieves, from whom nothing is taken, but who cannot be deceived. You might expect to be able to crush him in your hand into bird bone fragments. So we already had the sunset right, but there it is again. And Season of Ambition's coming up, so... Oh, okay. And actually it turns out that we were scared of that for no good reason. It didn't generate a dread. Okay, 26 Enticements, 7 Torments. This is the one where he bled to death painting it. The enticements of the Grail outnumber its torments, but its torments are its final nature. Birth is the first torment, and thirst the 7th. Now, as far as work is concerned, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my matchless physique, and we will unskilled labor like a mountain. This is basically just this gives me a vitality, which means that I can dream with that and cure the sickness. Alright, she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. So I'll start by talking with Jannings about the commission. That's just to get his cooldown sort of sorted. Power, okay. The altar's garment. The interior of the temple throbs with luminescent fungi. We must peel them from the altar with our gloved hands before we can loot this place. It is as cold as rain-chilled flesh. Our gloves are now stained with light. Our breath mists in the temple's cold. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So, reasonably good news about the notoriety. We're generating enough sort of mystique to keep us going, even though we're not generating one every 30 seconds. And it would have been nicer if I had more Spintrea, but can't have everything. So we'll talk with the Deem to get our next commission. We'll have the commission before the work is done, but I don't have to have everything like, I don't need to have everything like ready to go the second that it comes up. So very substantial secret histories shouldn't be too much of a trouble. Alright, I got lucky, so I know I don't need to worry about one of the notoriety. The second may still be a problem. They say I can do the job of any 2 others together. It's not true. not quite. Oops, I should actually get the commission going. So this is very substantial. I think it's a level, is it 6? Yeah. And then 2 reason. So I'm not doing the dream verb yet, just because I want to get my sickness. The treasures that unknown priest left here, and a pitiful huddle of bones. Sacrifice? Or did a later visitor end their visit here? The glowing fungus has etched their skeleton with its acids. Okay, so we've got a new notoriety to worry about. Yzabet did not die, so that's good news. Now, I'm a little disappointed in myself for starting the timer so quickly, because it might have actually been a good time for me to resummon the Callagine and the Pregussagant. But I can still make the most of the Tombs of the Shadowless Kings and the Temple of the Seven Coils, and we'll see about trying to ninja our way into new Pregussagants and Callagines without having to wait too long. Alright, so we've got a Furious Sliver. When the Lionsmith turned against the Colonel, he crushed his own sword in his fist. Each tiniest fragment of that weapon still thrills with rage. I am running out of space for my goodies. I think I'm going to need to try and come up with a... So the way I used to do it was there's sort of the consumables on this side, and then they kind of got met here, but I also now sort of have consumables over here. Just generally the whole thing doesn't work, but... Hallowed Polos, this ring crown of a savage mother stained with essence, woven with scraps of hair and blessed with flecks of skin. Where has she gone? A discussion in Vac of the Vagabond's travels. The dream of the conspiracy of the lower skies, siftings of the disgraced oracle Daemon Azentan. So that's a Frisian book. We still haven't translated those. And we have an enigmatic sculpture, an elaborate ivory sculpture of impossible intricacy around and across its surfaces. Sanskrit incantations spiral against matching lines of Vac. If you speak Sanskrit, you can use this to learn Vac, the first language of the world. Of course, we already learned that in Dreams, so we don't need it. Gives me a little something to send to Oriflammes if it comes down to it. Now, I don't believe we get anything for the Palest Painting, but we can get rid of the expeditions in the Rending Mountains by going to the Tombs of the Shadowless Kings. We'll see if we can knock out the Temple of the Seven Coils, but we'll see what happens at the Tomb of the Shadowless Kings first, just to be sure that I can knock that off of the list, and then if I feel like I might lose the Callagine, we can make sure that we can maybe realign everything. The other thing, too, is that the Callagine will be helpful for getting rid of evidence if the die roll doesn't go well with this 3 notoriety, so I want to keep that in mind, too. Alright, we must penetrate the mountains past the Guardians, and brave the curse the Shadowless Kings left behind. Perhaps, then, we will find treasures. So I'm going to assume Winter, Moth, and actually this is a good question. I don't know if it's the worm or the... Well, we'll find out. No point in speculating. Oh, here's a question for you guys. Does anyone here watch the Elder Scrolls playthroughs? I'm gonna guess no, but I wanted to ask a question for those of you who do. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to recover before I am fully recovered. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Obviously, Sorry, it's one of those days. All I need now is time. Through the enumeration of the Grail's enticements and torments, Through the enumeration of the Grail's enticements and torments wins the sorrowful history of the witches of the dry land. The ordeal of... Or is it Wines? Yeah, Wines the sorrow. The sorrowful history of the witches of the dry land. The ordeal of birth from 2 wombs. Their struggle from and supplication of the Grail. The yearning for union which drives them all. And we've got the formula voluptuous, which I thought we already had, but apparently I was mistaken, so... There exist some pleasures intense enough to corrupt the laws of the physical world. This formula can be used in a rite with bitter black salts and a subtle rupture or similar sources of power to summon Izim itself. Alright, now I don't have a good answer for the dread, to be completely honest with you. But it's a season of visions coming up next, so I've bought a little bit of time. And then in 40 seconds, well, specifically 50 seconds, I should get another Mystique, but I should start getting worried about my notoriety in a little bit. Commission from Madame Bichet, we'll have that ready to go right away. Alright, so mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived, so in this case, deception seems best. We have the Creeping Breath Curse. We need Heart or Grail to suppress the curse, otherwise it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later, so in this case, that's a fairly obvious job for Clovette, Leo, or Dorothy. And Hidden Door. Hidden Doors can be found with a lantern or knock. Now, we don't have either of those, so that's actually going to be a bit of a trouble. Oh, there's 4 of them. Okay. Then we also have the high passes. Bleak and gray-green slopes lift the eye to distant snow-edged, sky-straining peaks. It'll be a devil of a job to find anything there. Forge will sustain us. Winter will shield us. So let's... Okay. So Forge Winter. Moth, Grail, Edge. Heart, Grail. Lantern, Knock. So we're particularly ill-suited for this run because it's a hidden door. I'm mildly tempted to bring the Lantern Bros on this. But I'm going to need to find... In between, I'm going to need to find 2 funds. And... Ugh, this is going to be hard. Nope, I know what I'm going to do. So let's start this off by bringing Pope Clifton in. So what'll probably be is Pope Clifton, kind-faced woman who is silent for the mountain pass. Then we bring in Cat Caro, Orsley. Then probably Elizabeth. Excuse me. Then we have to put money in. Then let's say Leo. Then money. And I think we're good. Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure that's how we'll handle it. Okay, here's what she needs. A commission on Grail. I can do that. Oops, but I do want to have my study open, so... Oh, I'm done reading. Okay, so there's a tough call as to whether or not I want to read all the Frisian books and get those out of the way, or if I want to go for the simpler to translate ones. I think I'm just going to go left to right on this. So, the Concursum Diaries. The diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. So, as suspected, not a lot of Elder Scrolls Daggerfall viewers here. For those of you who might be inclined to watch such a vodcast, would any of you be interested if I were to play one of the newer games like Morrowind or Oblivion? Because I've never played them. I finished the manuscript, so I'm a little tempted to just turn this in with Adim right away. What's the cost? What's the benefit? None and none, so we'll do that. Now the risk that I'm running here is that this dread's going to be hanging around to do something nasty to me. But in this case, I kind of want to keep the Mystique and the Spintrea flowing, so we'll do the Commission on Grail. That isn't a promise that I'll do them, by the way. I'm just mildly curious on the conversion of people who, you know, people who are inclined to try that sort of thing or to check out that sort of thing versus people who are like, under no circumstances would I ever watch one of those streams. So we've joined the kindly-faced woman who's silent. The hour called the Madrigard is at home in the cold. She will almost certainly keep us from falling. I received currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Now, if you think about it, Cultist Simulator is a lot like John Wick. You have these special coins that they get you services that you can't get anywhere else. Hush House is like the Continental. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. Alright, so I need to start doing some more dream stuff. I also need to start generating some more mystique. There is actually a side of me that wants to try and bring in one of the heart followers. I just know it's going to take a long time compared to getting the commissions done, so... I think the name of the game right now is just to delay as long as we can in terms of the evidence, and hopefully we're able to send the Callagine to fix the problem when the time comes. I prepared the text for study, so the Concursum Diary says the exact same thing. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansus subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you would find water in a swamp, and in a cup, and in the sky. Count Jannings would like a very substantial commission on Heart. Alright, well, there's the notoriety. So I don't need to worry about the heart follower anymore. And it's good that I didn't send the heart follower, because if I did, we would have had this verb tied up and it wouldn't have done anything because the detective would have picked it up already. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains, and we're now ready for the very substantial commission on Heart. There's the Waking Chant, and 2 reason. Oh, nope, not 2 reason, 1 reason, 1 passion. This may be useful for a commission. Alright, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I could add funds now, or I could send another follower. Every challenge that we have now only requires 1 follower to be added. So in this case, I'm actually going to add funds. And then when we know what the next challenge is, we can add the follower accordingly. Okay, I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Again, these glimmerings would be helpful for upgrades, but I just have so much I can gain from reading books that it's not really worth it. Okay, so I can go for the Forgotten Chronicle, or I could try and reach for something higher. I think in this case I'm going to do the weaker step and just take the Forgotten Chronicle. Last night, Gearby was talkative. He spoke in his siege engine voice of the histories he'd overheard in the waking world. I listened until his stories tailed off again into weeping. So I certainly have no shortage of Forgotten Chronicles to upgrade. The only drawback is it's going to be a long. So basically, I've got enough to to get 3 Forbidden Epics, and then from those Forbidden Epics, I can produce 3. I can never remember. It's like they talk about the histories being tangled. Unresolved ambiguity. So I can... 3 Forgotten Chronicles... Sorry, the Forgotten Chronicles will produce 3 Forbidden Epics. The total of 6 Forbidden Epics will produce 3 Unresolved Ambiguities, from which I can get 2 Vagabonds maps, and I will have, in total, 5 Vagabond map locations. Not the Rending Mountains, the Lone and Level Sands. We should be jumping back through the stag door. There is, of course, the interesting question as to whether or not evidence comes out of this, because I know the weary detective can sometimes let us off the hook. But while I'm at it, I just kind of want to turn out as many commissions as I can. All right, awake, awake, they're upon us. That way, quickly. Look closer, closer still. Closer. Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansus. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansus changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors he assures the readers that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansus. We're like mice. So I think what this particular little bit of lore is talking about is the fact that you get different results each time you go through. So again, one of the sad facts of the internet is when you become interested in something, you go online to check it out, and then you find out that so many more people are interested in and just simply know more about that thing that you love than you. And this is almost certainly true for Cultist Simulator. There's a lot of people who have gone into great detail with this game. But I believe the way that the Mansus works is that for some areas, it's just a straight random draw from a subset of cards. It also seems to be that there are certain patterns. So my hypothesis is that there's like a season system similar to like what goes on the clock here. So like basically the fact that I can sort of, you'll remember those times where I can say with a certain degree of like, okay, so I see this thing in the first area, which makes me think it's going to be X or Y on like one of the face down cards. I think there's an equivalent season system that's driving that. I don't know if it's exactly these seasons because I've never checked. But when it comes to the higher levels, like the spider door and the peacock door, I don't know if that's still true. And again, I'm sure like if I start modding it heavily, because I do actually have a mod I want to make, I'll probably learn a little bit more detail about that. But anyways, the door in the eye navigates. He is not merciful, but first and always he illuminates. All right. So, let's just do what I said I would do, the Vincent inscriptions. Everett Vincent described these Frisian inscriptions from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. Lock the study door, the work begins. If hunters found notoriety, they will use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. So, Jennings, I would like payment, please. Once we're done with Jennings, Adim will give us a commission right away. Nope, I'm okay leaving the work verb open. Their bewilderment is our opportunity. We'll pass in silent secrecy. So I need to make sure I have a heart follower in there before too long. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So obviously, I don't really need to worry too much about money. I had the right call in terms of being ready to go with my financing. But I am... Oh, wow, we're going to have 2 seasons of suspicion, right? One after the other. I think this might give me a fascination. I dreamt of the mansus behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So, of course, the funny thing, I've been thinking a lot about the decision to make fascination. Basically, the idea that you could nullify fascination with fleeting reminiscences definitely made the game more straightforward. And I think one of the things about it is that it definitely felt like there were ways where you could wind up in hopeless situations in Cultist Simulator through no fault of your own, and I like the fact that they got rid of those. But I think one of the drawbacks that was introduced by the fleeting reminiscence change is that if you think about it, if dread is the only way of if dread's the only way of dealing with fascination, then you actually can learn to appreciate dread a little bit more. You go out of your way to try and find it. And there's actually another thing that you can do. So if you think about it, like, contentment's kind of straightforward to get in this game. So one of the things, like, the likelihood that you're going to be kicking around some spare dread is it's less likely. But if you play the game the way that I do, again, you want your explore verb to be constantly in use. So you'd rather not go to the Ecdysis Club. And then you can use money with the dream slot and get opium, except of course that, especially now that the threat that bad things can happen to you has teeth, maybe you don't want to be doing that because you potentially run the risk of making your situation worse. And clearly if you rely on opium, then you really are setting yourself up for circumstances where you're going to be you're more likely to run into that problem. And then the last place where you can get contentment would be to paint, except of course now that painting has sort of been nerfed, that is a less desirable option. So the funny thing is that some of the later changes to the game actually wind up making the fascination and dread relationship work a little bit better. I still kind of feel like it was too easy to lose to fascination with a few bad rolls, so I'm still kind of okay with the current situation. But because fleeting reminiscences show up so much now, it's I almost sort of think that it's a too forgiving of a choice. I know I've said that before, but I think that's kind of where I fall down on the reasoning behind it. I think in the broader sense, it is better to have the game be more accessible to people, and so I like the change for that. And I'm not entirely sure that there's a better alternative, but it's also a little bit of a shame that it turned out that way, because I do sort of feel like I do actually rather like the fact that you used to want fascination or dread. Because again, if you have dread, it's a little sticky, right? So again, I don't want to use dream, I can't use an expedition, and painting isn't necessarily as rewarding. And of course, I maybe want to use work for all these other commissions. All of a sudden, it's actually desirable for me to have to get fascination to get rid of dread, or vice versa. And I have fewer circumstances under which that happens under the current system. Anyways, I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Okay. So I'm just trying to think what I want to do with my talk verb. How much painting is left? Good question. So I don't think it actually tells us what the maximum number of painting, or like painting elements, is. So the specific word is, I must go very carefully. The memories that I need to convey will take flight from the canvas if I depict them too strongly. I will find those memories in the flesh of the dead, and perhaps even, if I must, my own dying flesh. So I've definitely, that last bit I've covered, my own dying flesh, I have that for sure. And then we've got the colors title, the colors that will be colors 7 coiled. So we've got 4 for sure. I'm not 100% clear on how many things I have left, but normally we've found them going on expeditions, and we have 2 more sets of expeditions that we can be going on. After that will be... I don't actually. If I wanted, I could go and either check the JSON files in the game, or I could go to the Frangiclave, which has actually looked at the JSON files for me. But it's not clear to me if it's every expedition. I don't actually know if there was one in the Rending Mountains or not. But we'll find out if we go to the Temple of the Seven Coils or something else. We'll see if we get a new item for the pale canvas. The thing is, when it comes to the dead, it's also possible that there are, you might want to take out something like a rival. So like maybe I need to take out the weary detective or someone to help with the canvas. I'm not 100% clear on that, to be completely honest, but we'll see. Okay, assistance. Sorry, I need to get back on track. I will put another funds in just in case, and then we'll either deal with the lantern or the heart as it comes up. So we'll definitely check out the Temple of Seven Coils before anything. Oh, maybe I won't. Actually, now seems like a great... When this thing finishes, I should maybe try... maybe what I should do is try to resummon the Percussagant while I send the Callagine to destroy the evidence. And then when the Callagine's done destroying the evidence, we resummon it. But anyways, once the expeditions are done, once we finish this expedition, we'll go to the Temple of Seven Coils and try to see if there's another body there. The last one is actually a bit hard for me to do because you can only have one of those secret histories on the board at a time, and obviously it requires some effort to get Vagabond's maps in the first place, so that might take me a longer time, but we'll see. The Vinzant inscriptions. Everett Vinzant transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia where... Oh, hang on, we already read this, so... long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted the Forge loved the hour called the sun in splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. I can't read tonight. I'm sorry, guys. I feel like I'm stumbling on the cast tonight. It's kind of interesting to see some of the community's reaction to the DLC. So I actually quite like the Priest DLC. And it seems like the consensus is that it is one of the weaker DLCs. And I don't know if it's just I like the themes a little bit more or what, but I'm a bit surprised. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. I think it's also just because the priest it really felt like the priest was giving me something new. Like, the dancer also was giving me something new, but I felt like the priest really did a great job of making it a really big... I think the priest ends really well, and it's got these really... It's definitely got very big, bold brush strokes for it, so... Yeah, I think so. And I think in some senses too, I don't know if people are saying that they are disappointed in it, or if they're saying that they... Apparently I completely forgot to talk to Madame Bichet for a commission. I've stopped the train. I don't know if this is a statement of I dislike this DLC so much as it's like not your best work. But yeah, for me, I actually thought the priest was very good. All right, very substantial. So reason and passion, and then we'll turn in with Dr. Redeem. So we're generating a little bit less Spintrea than I would have otherwise, but I probably don't need to be so much of an accountant on that. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. Just want to take a minute here. Okay, so it's really only the secret histories that are sort of blocking my setup. All right, the Vinzant inscriptions. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments for those of the sisterhood who serve the Ringyu and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. So we've got the shaping chant. Not exactly. I mean, most of the lore that I'm getting right now is already lower, but if it comes right down to it, I can always do the upgrades. Upgrading is a little bit less it's a little bit less dependent on RNG. Doesn't mean that it's trivial, but you know what you're getting into if you try to do the upgrade. So I'll work through the books that I have, and we're pretty clearly going to get to a point where we're running out of steam as far as expeditions are concerned. So if it comes down to that, I'll sort of prioritize the lore that I think I need to get the most. For the most part, it's going to be secret histories, to be completely honest with you. But we can start doing stuff like improving the Khalidate invocation or the shaping chant or whatever. Winter and Forge are definitely high priorities for upgrades. Okay, sorry, I lost track of my train of thought, so I want to use the talk verb for turning in the Grail Commission, and then we'll read The Burning Woman. Transcription of a play by Menander the Victor, possibly the dramatist of that name, into Frisian with commentaries. And Season of Ardor's coming up, so if I had Dread, I know I have a contentment that I can deal with, but I don't think we have Dread, so I don't need to worry about it. All right, let's add Leo for the heart. We'll get the commission from Jannings right away. So contentment's always nice, it's not needed at the moment, so. Alright, and a heart commission, so obviously we have all the lore that we need to satisfy it, it's just a matter of getting the commissions done on time. Alright, so I finished the manuscript. Oops. So Madame Bichet with the Grail Commission, and we will do the heart commission for Jannings with a reason. And we're almost certainly strong enough in heart to secure against this curse. Let's try the Painted River this time. Paid off. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. Exploring this with the scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the land beyond the forest, across the continent. There's a great chamber in the manses through which the Painted River flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night, and there were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. So I don't think that changes the number of works that I can, or the number of secret history, vagabond map secret histories that I can produce. But it's always nice to have those numbers go up. All right. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So it would have been nice to do something with this, these glimmerings, but again, I kind of want to focus on getting the commissions done. Ideally getting Bronze Spintrea, but that's actually a hard one to do. Although I suppose if it comes down to it, I could always pay for the services with Silver Spintrea. Let's go back through the stag door. And I think it just says bronze or better. I'm not 100% sure if there's any purpose for the Iron Spintrea other than to sell it. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't sleep well last night, so it's kind of coming back to haunt me. But yeah, so I think if it comes down to, I should have considered this before. I can actually just use all this silver. So technically I should consider this as having the equivalent of 12 bronze tray. I'm definitely not going to use them for language lessons because I already know it all. All right, The Burning Woman, already the same text. So the play describes the pilgrimage of smiths and adepts following the trail of the Burning Woman, who has appeared in all of their dreams and has given each a wound and a word. Again, very priest DLC stuff. I think one of the things that's delighted me the most about seeing all the DLC released is to see kind of the uniformity of the lore. It's all there if you know what to look for, and it's just the fact that we haven't known to look for the priest and whatnot that we didn't realize the references. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Oh yeah, sorry, I think I was talking about all the glimmering and that. I just wanted to get the books done before upgrading the lore, because obviously one good book can potentially, give you the lore that you needed. So I don't know if I get any vagabond maps out of some of these books, but... Alright, Jannings has got his commission. And we're back on the treadmill as soon as Adim's cooldowns finish running. So I want to be a little careful to the graveyard mouth. We've got three more before we need to worry about that. The thing is that the treasures will be in our clutches in just a minute, so I'm not too worried about it unless we get like 2 or 3 seasons of ambitions in a row. I don't know if there's anything in the game that actually prevents that from happening. I just haven't seen it. Okay, now it'd be nice to get some vitality up. Thing is, I kind of need to do the commission. I think Fascination's coming up on this one. Nope, fair enough. The painted river runs from the great chamber near the... The painted river runs from a great chamber near the White Door, and through the mansis to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while the captain and I discoursed of the secrets of the House of the Sun. Okay. The temptation really is to do... Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a little short on money, so this is going to delay the... This is going to delay the delivery of the manuscripts, but I kind of figure getting rid of the affliction would be a good call. The smiths and adepts give up on finding the burning woman and resolve to build their own kingdom, where our strength will be sufficient to shatter the world. So we got a fascination for our trouble, and a formula fissive, which is actually a lore that we don't have yet. Break a thing and you have fragments. Break those fragments and you have dust. Break the dust and then break what remains. Here is fire. So I think this will bring us... I believe we're now able to summon King Crucible. Yes. So use this in right with a consecrated lintel and a little refulgen or other resources of equal power to summon King Crucible. So just for reference, it is 8 knock that you need for that summoning. And then the refulgen... Actually, yeah, I think that's 8 lantern? 4... Oh, 4 lantern. Wow, that's nothing. Okay. Now, I don't think there's anything I can do about that fascination. Could maybe try and... Oh, actually, that would be really interesting. So, I never thought about doing it this way. But if I wanted to get rid of the fascination, what I could try and do is go to the wood, get moth influence, and then upgrade the fascination into the moth influence, and that will turn into restlessness instead of anything else. That's an interesting approach. I think I will try that at some point. The Book of Thrones, a legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from the Annals at a Secret Shrine in Anatolia. Alright. We're done the expedition. Got a season of sickness coming up. And we've got 4 graveyard mouth now. So We'll maybe see what happens with the time passes, but... Okay, Adim would like lantern. I can probably provide it. We roll the stone aside, and light floods the tomb. Here is the king, dried to papery leather and crumbling bone. He does not move. This one was not immortal. Okay, so Season of Suspicion coming up next, and we're definitely going to pay for having notoriety for sure. Ooh, this is actually going to be a... Well, there's no avoiding my fate on this one, actually. So let's do... I'm going to try this strategy with the wood. I want to see how it works. It's going to be interesting to see how the notoriety and the... You know what? I think I'm actually going to be able to get rid of the tentative evidence before I need to worry. But we'll see. Alright, so we're done our labor. We will... Oh, we don't have the sickness. Ah! Yes. I do actually kind of need to worry about the sickness too. Oops. Okay. So, what I will do here... I'm going to turn to working on the commission. So level 6, double reason. When I can, I'll talk with Madame Bichet about this. Oh, there's old and happy far off things. And to answer your question, Xian Jacques, or sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing the Xian Xiak. I feel like that I'm still pronouncing it wrong. Anyways. This is what you're looking for the canvas. So one more treasure. I will keep what is left of this king to myself. So each of the expeditions actually tend to make reference to corpses, and the ones that make reference to corpses seem to have something for the pale canvas. The problem is that I've not memorized the expeditions, so it's a little bit of a guess for me for some of this stuff. Anyways, Leo, thank you for your work. Notoriety, no thank you. Slee, good job. Yzabet, thank you for not dying. Zanzak? I hope I got it right. If not, I'll go on one of those Wikipedia pronunciation things. Anyways, I'm sorry. Thank you for having a good sense of humor about this. The Shadowless Kings were buried only with their most personal treasures. They expected no luxury in the afterlife. Here is a tiny cache of the things the king valued. So, Callagine, Percussagant, and okay, Labitic grains. Oh no, this still isn't a pigment. So. No reason to get excited. Labites are the youngest of the lionsmith's servants. When rendered into powder, they retain their potency, but not their beauty. More wolf snow, far too cold, ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will, very gradually, consume human flesh. And another cracked watchman's glass. Okay, so anyways, one more treasure, and this is going to be the thing that I put into the painting. Now this is so there's a few things that are gonna have to happen now. So I need to use my Callagine to deal with the evidence. I'm gonna do that right away because they are going to expire soon. I need to figure out what I'm gonna do to keep the Percussagant occupied for the next 30 seconds. So one open question I have is, okay, so search for promising cemeteries. I don't think I'm gonna be able to work with that. So I'm going to buy some time, and I'm actually going to send the Percussagant to go exploring. Alright, Shadowless segment. Did the kings ever know true glory? So the reason you know this is something that you'll eventually use in the painting is it has the aspect remnant. Alright, I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. Add funds to hire them for a limited time. So I'll add funds for the simple reason that it'd actually be very helpful to betray them and sacrifice them to the spider door. Okay, so eventually I'm going to start eating bodies. The question is, am I going to get the bodies within the next... yes, I will, actually. So, the Feast of the Honeyed Dove. So, dedication and segment. If I could only boil it until it was soft. Alright, that's not surprising. That was the only reputation we had on the table. Half-glimpse wistfulness has touched me. So the question is whether or not I'm going to be able to do anything with this restlessness within a minute. And I think in this case I'm going to need to punt and talk with Miss Naney about it. It's not the worst thing in the world because it'll help me with the fascination, but... Okay, so we've got a peculiar rumor. We can go to the well or the Temple of the Wheel. Let's try the Temple of the Wheel. Yeah, didn't work. A detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where this may be overheard. So the hope was to try and find some kind of moth influence, but didn't turn out. So in my sleep, I came to the high jagged rock, which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called the Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve for waking before the velvet came out of the velvet wood depths and erased it. The velvet is jealous of her secrets. Okay, so before I do anything, we'll take this affliction. We'll get rid of it with vitality. I think... Now, I'm not actually going to have this available in 20 seconds because they're going to need to finish the task, so I might actually need to get rid of my restlessness through another way. Let's see if one of my summons will be available to... I might be able to use the restlessness as an input to one of the rituals. I have a memory of something that even the king who bore it did not understand. So we've got a glorious memory. The sun was warmer once, no brighter, but its touch was a kind of mercy. Paint with this memory to bring it to full awareness. So it's a level 5 memory. In this case, I want to paint on the pale canvas. Now, in 19 seconds, I'm going to want to start digging up bodies. So the question is, what are the best ways for me to make sure that I have 29 seconds available to keep my percussivant alive? In this case, I still have a minute, so I think in this case I'm just going to translate another book. The reason I'm translating rather than reading is I want to try and so the point is now I've got a lot of different threads. It's kind of like we're on some kind of a truck that's moving, and for some reason I'm not in the truck, and one of the cables holding something is sort of like gotten loose and it's flapping around and you don't want to get hit by it. And now a couple of other things are flapping. So what you want to do is try and get as many of these things sort of tied down as you can so that you can focus on what you need. So right now, dedication, remembrance needs to be dealt with. I need to get my graveyard mouth taken care of, but I need to make sure that the percussivant doesn't go away, and one of the ways I can double that up is by making sure that I send the percussivant on the missions to dig up bodies for me to consume. One of the ways I'm going to get a new percussivant, though, is by summoning it, and I can't summon it with anything but the work slot. So that's kind of the thinking that I'm going to be putting into the next few rounds. So in this case, we'll use Frisian to study the catalog of uncharted pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. So in this case, I know this is going to tie it up for a minute, but basically I'm going to have 5 seconds before the work becomes available, 19 seconds before Explore becomes available, and an unknown amount of time. So in this case, the work slot is sort of the thing that we'll see what happens in 5 seconds. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So So normally the step would be talk with Madame Bichet about getting, getting a commission from her. But right now, I'm sending my Callagine to take the evidence. This is rather important. If I didn't do this now, this evidence would be snatched away from the Callagine. So normally what I would do would be, paint with the restlessness, paint with the glorious memory, but if I do that, it means that I'm not going to have anywhere for my percussivant. So if the restlessness turns into dread, so be it. I just use my dream to get rid of the dread. Well, no, I can't do that because... No, it'll turn into dread in 30... no. I can't do that because I'm going to have a season of despair that emerges before I'm able to deal with the dream. So I screwed up on that. I'm going to need to have to find... I'm either going to have to use this in the summoning, or I'm going to need to find another way of... okay. I kind of got lucky here. This will buy their loyalty for now. So my minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I'm a little safer. So let's see if there's a way that I can use the restlessness in one of these summonings. So let's take the sunset right, because that allows me to take an influence. Alright, so yes, I can bring up the percussivant. Let's change that around though, because the Callagine is a slightly higher priority for me right now. Just because it's dead, or on the way to becoming dead. Oh, actually, here's something I want to try. That would also work. Wait, one of the name emanate that will summon King Crucible? Thing is, he doesn't have Moth though. Wow, I was not expecting that result, but I guess that makes sense. Okay. So I do want to keep the Callagine. I'd rather not summon King Crucible, though. Okay, let's try... I do want to do the sunset right. So the thing is, I'm not sure if this summons a second Callagine or not. I guess we'll find out. Wait, this... Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, percussivant it is. The percussivant, merciless and merry, heart will bring it, edge will... You know... Okay, let me think about this. So, let's pretend for a moment that we do get King Crucible. So, I need to deal with the Callagine next. But I should still be able to sacrifice it. So the only thing that really winds up happening is King Crucible gets wasted for a little while. I want to see if this works. So King Crucible will come only when the room glows with the aspect called Forge. He also requires a lantern for the light of the glory that he claims to know. This is really interesting, because you would not normally think that restlessness, of all things, would be how you can upgrade, like how you can get King Crucible. That's a neat little pattern. I was not thinking of that at all. Okay, so next up. Again, I want to preserve as much as I can of my group, so we will not search the city. We'll use... So unfortunately, this is going to take him up for a minute. But it's going to buy me some time. So one of this is the getting rid of the restlessness is a high priority due to the season of despair. This is also an experiment to see whether or not I keep the Callagine. Alright, I should have read the text for that, I apologize. So we've got the experienced swindler. Now there's lots of things that I can do with them, but the thing I want to do right now is take the take the bodies out of the cemetery. So at some point I would like to explore the Vagabond's maps, but again, those aren't the high priority at the moment. Is there anything I want to do with Dream at the moment? Normally I would try and get rid of the fascination, but I think that will be dealt with on its own. So I suppose there's an argument for me going through the stag door again. Alright, I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So here I would normally like to have a chat with the Callagine to get rid of the evidence, but I foolishly decided to summon King Crucible instead. So we'll just wait the 21 seconds, and we'll send the Callagine off to do something fancy. But that does answer my problem of what do I do with my minions while I wait. In this case, King Crucible will dig up bodies, as of course one of the name emanations of Forge should always do. The Percussagant will be resummoned, and... Or sorry, the Callagine... Yeah, sorry, the Percussagant will be resummoned, and the Callagine will... destroy the evidence. So, Catalog of Uncharted Pleasures. I don't really have anything else to do with the study verb at the moment, so we will continue to translate books. The Larkabine Codex. Christoph Larkabus claims to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex in the supposedly extinct Frisian tongue from family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. So we're lucky that the fascination sort of dealt with itself. King Crucible will only come when the room glows with the aspect called Forge. He also requires lantern for the light of the glory that he claims to know. Alright. He can hide in a candle... Oop, he can hide in a candle flame if he must, but here he is in all of his bonfire pomp. After I speak with him, the skin of my face and hands will be as pink, pink as if from too much sun. Okay, so you do keep the assistant, which of course makes sense. Like, Enid doesn't go away if you use her for the knock. Now, the thing that I screwed up here was that I do actually need to use the study verb for the corpse, so I wasn't thinking too much about that, but here's what we'll do. I'm going to need to deal with another restlessness soon. I will still send the Callagine to deal with the tentative evidence because I need to keep them occupied. So they're down for a minute. We'll take the Percussagant. What's my graveyard math at? 3. So Percussagant is now going to get resummoned. We'll take the Rite of the Crucible Soul. I suspect I'm going to need Knock for that. The Percussagant, merciless and merry. Heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. So we're sacrificing a Percussagant to bring in a Percussagant. And King Crucible will go dig up a body. In the desert I wait, in the ruins I burn. Metal is water, stone is wax, flesh is smoke. Enter me and be no longer. So we'll see whether or not this plan works. Now this one's a bit of a worry because this is only going to last for a minute. Shovel strikes wood, that's a good sign. If the coffin is too far rotted, usually the remains are scant. So now the question is, do I want to do anything with any of my other characters, or do I send King Crucible for another body? I think we send him for a body. So Callagine will be summoned next. We'll betray the swindler. Yeah. I mean, King Crucible was like a nice to have, so if we lose him, we lose him. Alright, let's try the Painted River. Nice. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, histories are braided like hair. I've read this one a few times now, so I'm just going to skip over it for now. This is just also because I want to keep my thoughts straight in terms of where we're going. So I think in this case I'm going to wait on Dream, and this is just because we're going to have a body that we can throw into the spider door. Alright, not a moment too soon. I'll read the translated versions when I read them. Or sorry, I will read the text for the translated versions when I study the books. What am I doing? So this is the first priority because it'll turn into notoriety. So I've got 30 seconds, we're good there. Yes, everything I have will be done in time. Rebellious spirit. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable. I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen, happen. I'm going to try passion on this one because I do want the percussagant. The shovel strikes wood. That's a good sign if the coffin is too far rotted. Usually the remains are scant, so... I'm going to hold fast, but we might have some difficulty here. Okay, so now I need to clarify my position. I've got 12 seconds of the Callagine. I've got 19 seconds on the 19 seconds on the summon. So this is going to be a little cheesy, but we're going to have a chat with the follower. Oh, can't bring the Callagine in as a subject, so that is a small concern. Probably could have done it the other way around, so we will... Oh, don't hoodwink. Do I not have the cupboard to put them in anymore? Maybe I should have done it the other way around. Okay, that's a shame. I don't think there is anything that I can do. I mean, I can get myself another corpse. That is the shortest thing that I can do with this Callagine. I don't like that I'm doing it, but I'm doing it. There is something, there is sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. Okay, so same deal here. We're just gonna power down the corpses like they're oh, sorry. So I'm bringing in one too many corpses. Basically the idea behind this will be, okay, I got a little lucky here that I get dread, but I'm gonna have contentment to deal with it. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. Well, this'll be interesting. Okay, so dread, contentment. I remember that I was different before. So, an escape summoning closes on its victim. The victim will know that something is amiss by now. They will listen to the sounds in the night and try to make preparations. So, the percussagant is now coming after the kindly-faced woman who is silent. Sleep now. Don't worry about a thing. The Winter 10 old lady? Or the Heart 8, Edge 8 summon? Round 1. Fight! Alright, a breach. My summoning has escaped my control, where it'll wreak havoc, no doubt. So, we'll leave that be. I'm going to wait the 4 seconds and resummon the Callagine. So, back to Rite of the Crucible Soul. We'll throw a knock in for good measure. And I can never remember what's required here. So, Winter. Let's put the bone flute, I think, is our... Oh no! The manacles of the Roman Emperor. Forged for the smoky spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. It must know who will rule it. Okay, I believe I can now start using my Explore for what it was intended for. King Crucible, unfortunately, is ticking down for no good reason, but we'll leave it at that. This game looks challenging. It definitely, so it's not a, it doesn't hold your hand, that's for sure. And part of it is, part of it just comes down to it being a puzzle game in some senses. It doesn't tell you directly what you need to do, so some of it is just sort of reading and understanding what's going on. And because you're dealing with the occult in this whole invented world, things don't necessarily make sense in the way that they would to sort of the day-to-day. So as you say, or confusing at least. The confusion, I think, is quite intentional. But on the other hand, the number of actions that you can perform is actually quite limited. It's always just putting cards into slots. The only thing is that obviously this huge desk that I have here is the result of having played the game a whole lot. So obviously when you start the game, you have a very limited number of cards, very limited number of actions that you can do. And so you build yourself up to the point where you become confident with all the material that's on it. So it's less I mean, it's kind of like having a chess set in your apartment or something like that. You can intimidate enemies with it. But, you could suck at chess. It's just the fact that you have this very impressive looking, chess set sitting out that makes you sort of seem like a supervillain. And Cultist Simulator is a little bit like that. Like you probably look a lot smarter playing it than you do. One of the funny analogies I like to make for this game actually is, when I was in university, so I lived very far away from the university. It was basically a 90-minute, assuming that everything worked well, at least a 90-minute commute from my apartment to the, I'm pretty sure it was 90 minutes. Could have been longer, but I know it was at least 90 minutes. From basically my apartment to the school. So 3 hours in transit every day. So I don't have a problem with motion sickness if I read in a vehicle. And the SkyTrain, I'd usually have a seat open. So I'd usually get some homework done. And if you do econ, you kind of need to know math. This is the thing that I've learned. So I would do something like by the way, a quick aside, I do actually prefer the British pronunciation of maths because it is mathematics. There isn't a single math. But I'm the product of a North American education, and so I tend to call it math. So, I have a first year calculus textbook. Stuart, for those of you who are nerds, and he was Canadian. Unfortunately, he died, so 8th edition was the last one that he wrote. I have the 7th edition. They just released the 8th edition when I was in university. But the thing about, so for those of you, I think most of you will have seen this sign, but like in calculus, there is this S-looking sign which stands for an integral. So the best way I can explain what that symbol means is if you imagine sort of a curve, so you kind of remember the upside down U that looks like a hill. If you have a square, you're able to calculate the area of that square. You just sort of multiply the length and the width, and you'll find out what the area is. An interesting question would be, it's like, well, what if it's like a circle? And it's like, okay, well, you have some fancy formula if it's a circle, right? That's how you all learn pi. But it's like, okay, but like maybe it's not a circle. Maybe it's some other shape. What do I do then? It's like, well, you can of course always get an approximation by drawing a bunch of squares. But maybe you don't want an approximation. Maybe you want the exact value. And one of the first ways that you learn the utility of an integral is that you could use an integral to calculate the area underneath one of those curves. So anyways, The thing is that that snaky S-looking thing is just a really cool-looking symbol. And dunking it water works for any shape that isn't... Okay, good point. But basically, the thing about it is that, you know, especially I learned by being on public transit and reading these occult tomes so many times is that when you are working on something like that looks really complicated, strangers do have a tendency to say either that looks really complicated or I could never do that, or what are you working on? And it's, I mean, I love that, right? Because it gives me a chance to talk about something I'm really interested in. And then, of course, people find out that it's mathematics and they completely lose interest. But the funny thing is that Cultist Simulator is like this, because this now legendary bar that I go to, the Blurry Pixel, it is not uncommon for people to approach me, usually if I'm pontificating about electronic arts. But, and this is the thing, it's most of my blogs, if I know I've got a good blog, if I am pontificating on it and a stranger comes up and lets me know how wrong I am. But in the case of Cultist Simulator, it's actually been very straightforward to sort of sell this game in person, because it looks very unusual and complicated. And in this case, Cultist Simulator actually has a similarity to math for me, in the sense that it's a game which looks strange and unusual, but has this very kind of compelling visual to it, that people want to know more about what this strange thing is. So that's kind of my account about how the occult is basically like mathematics. You may not believe it, but it's true. There's sometimes something left over which must be buried again, but one can be efficient. By the way, don't take any of that to imply I'm good at math. I just, you know, I know what the integral sign means. Gonna have to try and find something to do with my hireling. I thought I could just betray them and throw them into the cupboard. That may no longer be true. Holy smokes! Not even a wound. The first rays of the day's sun will fall on the open eyes of a corpse. There is often a price for an unwise summoning, but it is not always the summoner who pays it. Jesus Christ, that was one of my level 10 cultists. All right, well, more to eat. Nothing then. Okay, so let's try this again. We'll take our... Yeah, here we go. Cellar. Betray and imprison a follower. This one must serve another purpose now. Into the cupboard they go. Alright, there's sometimes something left over, but it must be... Okay, sorry, I've read this so many times now. And yeah, we'll just keep eating until we get rid of the corpses. I should probably chat with one of my heart followers to get rid of some of this, but we've locked this one away safely, and when their screaming and raving subsides, I will subdue them properly. Okay. We are getting low on money. But then I'm still looking for the tombs. So locate tombs and sorrows in the lone and level sands. The river, once wrote the sage Mech in the Book of the Centipede, runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. This is the place the centipede was born, they say. The sands of which Mech wrote hide perilous curiosities. So I'm going to send King Crucible. We'll speak to him. Can you repair my mirror? Okay, want to mind my own business on the fascination. Who did that? Oh, the Eyes of Sin. You made me very happy today, Sin. 25 months. I think Sin is my longest standing subscriber. Or no, Endors, I think, is... It's Endors, then Eyes of Sin. Sorry, a bit late. You've been emoting all day. For those of you who don't know, the Eyes of Sin does beautiful emotes. So here are mine. These are the ones that she did for me. If you would like to see all of her work... Oops. There's some more. And I think... Oh, I'm pretty sure this is one of hers. Sorry for the YouTube crew, I'm not able to show you these. Those are the ones that I'm currently subscribed to. I don't believe I have a subscription to Elegy. Oh, that's not yours. I'm sorry, Eyes of Sin. I thought you did Johnny's. My bad. Anyways, as you can see, a very talented artist. I actually really... So one of the things I've come to appreciate with the Eyes of Sin's... I apologize, Eyes of Sin. I kind of put everything in Octavian's, but you're right. Those are completely unlike your style. I think one of the things that I really appreciate about the Eyes of Sin's art style is it's really easy for me to say, okay, you know, I want... Are you guys going to be okay if I play you something that's completely unrelated to Cultist Simulator? It's like a minute long, but I don't think it'll be that bad. Anyways... So, you know, I can say it's like, I want, you know, a Gothic cathedral made entirely out of Cocoa Puffs. I want that emote. And the sensible answer to that is, do you have any idea how small emotes are? There is no possible way you will be able to tell that it is made out of Cocoa Puffs. It's very unlikely that you're going to understand that it's a Gothic cathedral. And why the hell do you want that emote? It doesn't mean anything. And then I'll say, I want two emotes. Half of a Gothic cathedral made of Cocoa Puffs and the other half of the Gothic cathedral made of Cocoa Puffs. I'm going to use that. The analogy is kind of gone, but... So Stan Freberg did this is an advertisement he did for the Radio Advertising Bureau. And I think this does a wonderful job of explaining why I love radio drama and why this doesn't directly explain why I don't have a camera, but there's a little bit about why I've set up the camera the way that it is. So this is Stan Freberg.
Radio? Why should I advertise on radio? There's nothing to look at, no pictures.
Listen, you can do things on radio you couldn't possibly do on TV.
That'll be the day.
All right, watch this. Okay, people, and now when I give you the cue, I want the 700-foot mountain of whipped cream to roll into Lake Michigan, which has been drained and filled with hot chocolate. Then the Royal Canadian Air Force will fly overhead towing a 10-ton maraschino cherry, which will be dropped into the whipped cream to the cheering of 25,000 extras. All right, cue the mountain. Cue the Air Force. Cue the maraschino cherry. Okay, 25,000 cheering extras.
Now, you want to try that on television?
Well...
You see, radio is a very special medium because it stretches the imagination.
Doesn't television stretch the imagination?
Up to 27 inches, yes.
So anyways, one of the things I respect the most about Sin's ability to do emotes like that is I will give a sort of a commission, could you please do X? And Sin does not say, X is stupid, why do you want X? Which would be completely within her rights. One of the things she's really good at doing is extracting what I want in terms of an idea or an emotion out of an emote. And she is able to translate that into something that is actually usable on such a small canvas. It is why... So the emote that everybody gets at the first tier sub, the System 1 HMM. By the way, subs are half off right now if you're not signed up. But that was one that she basically did essentially unbidden. There's one thing about it that I know which made me smile very much, but I'm going to keep as a secret between Sin and I. But it's one of these things that I think it's really easy to sort of take a lot of these emotes for granted. But if you take a look at all of the stuff that she's done and the variety of expression that's sort of communicated through all of those different emotes, I'm incredibly impressed by how she's able to do it. And it's one of these things where I don't always get a chance to sort of show... I guess I don't always get a chance to sort of communicate that to people. But I don't know. I always think of the Stan Freberg bit when I think about trying to describe what Sin does with her emotes, because I think she does a lovely job with it. Anyways, I hope that interruption wasn't too unwelcome. Okay, with dreaming. Also, Sin, I can't remember if I said this or not, but you actually picked a good time to arrive because I stopped talking about math. Yeah, no problem. I probably should say that to you directly more often. Also, if you haven't seen her, she's actually really cute. Yeah, there we go. She even has her own command. Not all the forger's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in the bounds like hammer scale in the cracks of the smithy floor. Here comes one now. Alright, Misana, a quietly prosperous village rests on the crook of the river, a surprising splash of green against the dusty land behind. The longevity of the villagers surpasses the natural. What are they hiding? Okay. Just trying to think of the best moves. Just give me one quick second here. I forgot I was supposed to send off a quick message to someone. So just give me 1 second. I'm sorry about the sudden delay. So the thing is, I'm just trying to come up with things to make King Crucible and the Callagine do while I'm looking for new locations. So Vagabond's map. The river road Sage Mech, as in the Book of the Centipede, runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. This is the place where the centipede was born, they say, the sands of which Mech wrote to hide perilous curiosities. You can let me know if you want me to delete that, Sin. Well, you can let me know in private if you want me to delete that. Obviously, I don't want to put you on the spot. Okay. Let's use... I kind of need the money, so let's use these in... The pale canvas! No. we'll use these in reputation for a medium. So something joyful. My reputation as a performer is ruined. My reputation as an oracle has only begun, but the authorities have their eye on me. Right. Last corpse. And then I'm full. I wish I had something to do with the Callagine, but actually, I guess I can go through the spider's door now that I think of it. Something happened. Maybe I heard wrong. Right, enough for now. My clients' tears are welcome, even to them. Something shameful. Obviously, we'll paint with this in the future, but it'd be nice to get my money back up. Okay. Now I can start reading and otherwise using books again. So let's take these. Should probably do the thing that I think is going to generate dread next. So something menacing, most likely. Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. Okay, so clearly a King Crucible. King Crucible is above repairing things for me. I think what we'll do here. Normally, I would have liked to have attempted to get another Lone and Level Sands location, but I should probably just take what I've got and move on. So. We'll take our chances, I suppose. I'm okay letting this tick down for another 18 seconds. Unfortunately, we don't have the percussivant, but I'll just make do. It means we're down on heart, basically. But I'd prefer to lose the percussivant to the Callagine, so. I'm also a little curious if it preserves the negative number. Okay, let's start reading some of these as well. So we've got the Book of Thrones, Legend of the Shadowless Empire, transcribed by Alexander Peter Haas from the Annals of a Secret Shrine in Anatolia. In the first and greatest history, a subject of the Shadowless Empire of Persia travels to the west to the kingdom of Persides. There he becomes a protege of the tutelary Persid deity, the Scarred Man who lives in the dark. He returns after 7 years to put his skills at the service of the Shadowless Empire, becoming their golden general. We've got the star-shattered fane. Here was a place sacred to the gods of earth until a meteor fell on a winter's night. In time, worshippers crept back into the broken ruins. In time, the meteorite itself came to be worshipped as a bringer of dreams. The old altar may yet remain somewhere beneath the meteorite's lair. So we'll take the Temple of the Seven Coils. A crumbling temple in a shadowed defile. It was built, it seems, in the third history, the one where much later the worms overran Europe, but it exists in all histories now. So Callagine and King Crucible lead the way. I'm quite short on money, so I might have to give up this commission business for a bit. The site will tolerate no life, says the journal of Zane Mark Gentis, so we will find no serpents there, but the place sounds cursed, and the Gentis recorded a door that his expedition could not open. Well, I'm pretty sure with the 20 Forge, we're not going to have any problem with doors. We'll have problems with everything else, but doors will not be one of them. Let's turn in the commission just so that we can get that done. I might even have a chat with a Forge follower to get an item repaired. A shabby transaction, but a profitable one. Let's do something menacing. Normally I would have done that with Miss Nania, but I think I want to use my talk verb for other things. Obviously, I've more or less committed to the fact that we're going to have notoriety that's looming over our head. At some point, I'm going to need to turn one of these fleets. Actually, I'll clear out these first, but I should try and convert one of these into a restlessness if I can. So with that in mind, I will risk a meeting with Falcine, who can repair my mirror. After all of that, we're still only up 2 bronze spintrea, so it's a little disappointing. Haven't had dinner yet. I had a Danish, but I think when I'm done the cast, I'm gonna run and get something. Okay. We did okay in the Chamber of Ways last time. Let's try it. That's kind of disappointing. Forgotten Chronicle for all that effort. Last night I came to the Concursum, the Mansus Meridian, which has been called the Chamber of Histories. I spoke there with an adept long dead. She told me of her flight through the house, these dozen decades or more, of the ways in which the dead survive outside the hours and recall the unsanctioned histories. And this morning I recall the ending of one of her stories. Alright, now what do I want to do with this? We'll do a stag door trip for now. This is just basically because I can. And I am really curious. Okay, so we do get Graveyard Mouth even though we overindulged. Oh, I didn't realize my phone's quite low on battery. I don't need to send that message now then. Okay, what are we up against? Warded Door, Forge or Knock, Desolation, Forge or Grail, Worms in the World, Lantern or Moth. Okay, well, it's pretty obvious what we need. So I'm gonna bring Lantern Followers just because it's they're slightly more expendable than the others. Why did I think getting that Dread was a good idea again? Because I had a contentment on the board, which for some reason I completely forgot does not last long enough to complete one of those missions. I'm an idiot. Alright, well, we'll care. Oh, that's right. No, because I have something joyful. Okay, I'm not as dumb as I thought I was. I just need to double check. Okay, so 30 seconds. Dream is done in 50, but Contentment lasts for a minute. And we know it's Notoriety that's coming next, so we're good. Alright. I'm trying not to let like any tiredness or anything like that mess with my tendency to I'm just trying to not to make stupid mistakes for no good reason. Okay, after many years of peace, the heirs of the Persids move against the King of Kings in the Shadowless Empire. The Golden General will not take arms against the blood of his mentor until the King of Kings whispers a great secret of betrayal in his ear. He breaks his sword, forswears his oath to both the Empire and the Scarred Man, and enters the temple behind the world, leaving his life behind. So I have an unresolved ambiguity. I don't really need that on its own, but we can try and upgrade those later. We've got Lionsmith's Names, which we've had for a bit, so not as big of a deal. Let's read the Catalog of Uncharted Pleasures. Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. The text catalogs some of those instances. On we go. Our forge skills should keep us safe and lead us through the baking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine. You know what? It's Pope Clifton and Cat Caro are my dream team. Enough now. My clients' tears are welcome even to them. So I'll put this contentment by the dread just to remind me that I actually have a job to do. And we'll send something unexpected. So if I'm lucky... No, you know what? I think the repair is going to cost me just enough to keep that fleeting reminiscence out of reach. My follower needs a bronze Spintrea or better to complete their task. So what I will do instead, I will paint with the glorious memory, and we'll go back to doing regular jobs. I'll risk the painted river, but I think I may come to regret it. Yep. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So I know that I'm going to lose the fleeting... Oh, actually, this is a tough call now. Let's just... Let's not get fancy. Let's just get rid of it the old-fashioned way. The sun is setting. We look back across the desolation we crossed and all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, stars prickle. The wind presses cold hands to our faces. Onwards. Do! I never remember exactly what I said afterwards, but my lips retain the taste of the words. Alright, well... I'll at least have a fleeting reminiscence out of that. I thought I was going to be able to use that fleeting reminiscence to turn it into a restlessness later, but no such luck. The mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. I feel like there's a way I can turn this to my advantage. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to chat with Miss Nania. The fleeting reminiscence that emerges, I'll use the fascinate. Or no, actually, this will turn into... we'll see how long it takes me to do the painting with the pale canvas. So... Forgotten color, a faded pale white gold seen in certain patches of the sky when the mist is clearing, but the sun might be mistaken for the moon. This is how Sin talks about art, by the way. Well, maybe not just art, but... Okay, so now I've got a problem. This fascination becomes a liability. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfilled ache. Okay, let's say Larkabine Codex is up next. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were once born in two wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth, and met in secret to seek union. So this might turn out for me, but we'll see. Let's add the funds now. Faded pale white gold seen in certain patches of the sky when the mist is clearing, but the sun might be mistaken for the moon. We hold our breath and watch it brighten until each color divides from the next, like a new minted alphabet, the egg unhatching. Alright, so ideally I'd use this restlessness to work with my reputation as a medium, but what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to turn this back into a fleeting reminiscence. One, in case I need it for the fascination, but number two, just because clearly I'm going to need another minute for my pale canvas plus who knows what. Okay, so the air is curdled now. I am home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. So there's the fascination. now would not be a terrible time to throw my heart follower into the job, but we just have other things to do. We'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. I think we're good with... I think we've got what we need to get past the obstacles. So we'll leave the fleeting reminiscence on the board for the next little while. I am a little curious what happens after I read the book, so... When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with the condemnation of the Grail. And we gained a waking chant for our trouble. Okay, so we're out of the woods, so... back to turning the fleeting reminiscence into something greater, and let's translate the Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called the Vagabond. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. All right, so pale canvas. We've got... Not a problem at all. I just want to double check. It's okay. The Colors of the Horizon was what we just earned. Fortunately, I do not have fascination from the painting, so I'm happy about that. Still no saleness. So, Don DW asks, Chalk, mind if you get a quick rundown of where you're at? Do you want me from like the very start of the run as to like what the medium is, or are you just more curious about what's happened in like the last cast or last couple of casts? I'm happy to do both. I just want to I want to make sure I'm not giving too much or too little information. I'm just leaving my work verb open because I want to start doing the medium job as soon as possible. I think I'm going to get some other mirrors in reserve, so let's have a chat with Valsine. Just where you've gotten in the past 2 casts or so. So we've kind of been continuing on with our expeditions. So I don't remember if last cast I added a new painting. I think we actually just wound up doing a bunch of expeditions and whatnot. We've completed everything except the Lone and Level Sands, and then the I know it's not just Port Noon, there's like a bunch of others, but basically we're on the last 2 sets of expeditions. I've got 3 of the Lone and Level Sands right now, but it's going to be a little bit harder for me to upgrade them. We've sacrificed a few people. The Percussagant got loose and took out one of my exalted disciples. That's this one. So I only have 1 level 10 Winter right now, but that's how it works. We did have a little bit of a rough patch where a bunch of stuff just become available all at once, but I more or less got a handle on that. So what we're going to be doing now is trying to acquire more remnants for the canvas. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different paintings. I somehow get the feeling that there should be 7, but that's not from anything in the game. It's just sort of, if you look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore types. But I'm not actually, it's very clearly not the case that it's just all the, like, it's very clearly not each level of expedition that gives you something for the painting. And the reason I know this is you have I've already gotten something that wasn't from one of these expeditions. So anyways, we'll see. Why was I paused on Dream again? Right, because I want to go through the Peacock door. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume... I think we're good to go for everything here. Whatever will happen, will happen. Okay, so I want to be a little careful. I'm sorry if that wasn't a very good summary, DonDonDW, but it's quite literally been just hunting down new fragments and trying to pursue them and whatnot. Okay, let's keep at the reputation as a medium. Prepared the text for study, the Book of Masks. Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called The Vagabond, who's also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. So let's read the Book of Masks. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush says Athena Vanna had a great friendship with the sun and splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden, the Mansus, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. I'm excited to see my progress too. I'll admit, like, the thing that I'm most worried about is that the pale canvas is going to have elements that I don't get at all. And in that sense, like, I'm going to have to think pretty hard about different ways that I can find remnants and all of that. The best I can say, like, so the current priorities that I have in terms of finding finding memories are this. I will so expeditions, candidate number one, because that was sort of true of the Dancer DLC. But so what are we looking at here? We've got X number of expeditions. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I suppose there could be like 15, and like it just comes in all of the next few expeditions. But like, let's say that. So if there's like 7 more, then it's like, okay, we get like 1 in the Lone and Level Sands, and we get 1 at like Port Noon or something like that. If there's 8, then it's like, well, maybe they're in locations, maybe they're in something else. The only hint that we're really given is I must go very carefully. The memories that I need to convey will take flight from the canvas if I depict them too strongly. I will find even those memories in the flesh of the dead, and perhaps, even if I must, in my own dying flesh. So there's a couple of hints in that, but by and large, that's like a pretty, I don't know, broad subject. We definitely know that we've gotten memories from like the old remnants that we find inside of the different locations. The bigger question is like, okay, if there's something other than a location, what do I need to search for? And then in terms of places where I find bodies, it's like, well, the graveyard, but the graveyard always just gives me sort of like minor memories, so maybe that's not so important. Then we could say, okay, what about rivals, right? Maybe you want to take out rivals. Maybe Miss Nanya isn't mortal, so I'd be surprised if you could take her out. She is a painting after all. But yeah, like the real question here is just like, what are some of the ways that I might be slightly more clever in terms of producing remnants which will have, memories that I need. And my priorities right now are locations. Secondary conditions will be rivals. And then sort of after that, it's really like, how many mortal things can I take out? And maybe I'll try painting with like the lesser memories that I find. I don't think they would be timed, but you never know. Okay. Unresolved Ambiguity, Worm Museum, or Red Church. Let's try the Worm Museum this time. I mean, could have been worse. The world is still as ice. Each movement is a journey. A 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. So this is something I might want to summon something with. Last night I visited the Worm Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The Hours have charged the Colonel with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter is the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must if the Mansis is to endure. This morning, the chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. The real problem with this is if I want to work with the perfect frost, I'm actually going to need to find a way of getting rid of the restlessness. So for now, I'm going to do the medium thing again. What I might wind up doing is when this becomes available, I'll convert it into a fleeting reminiscence so that I can use the perfect frost in a summoning. Okay, curse won't touch us, which is good news. It's also possible that if I, like... Well, no, because some of my followers have already died and I didn't get anything for the canvas, so... The mirror is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. Okay, let's go back through the peacock door for that. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind, for not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. So the Centipede Testament, which we've already got a few copies of. And we will continue our translation jobs. We're getting close to the end of this expedition, so we're going to probably wind up with a few extra books. The Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies. Siftings of the Disgraced Oracle Daemon Aztanan. I am reasonably happy to be done with this stack, though, because it sort of puts me back on a little bit more of a sustainable path. Okay, we're going to have a lot of restlessness to contend with now. So, I normally would have tried to paint this away, but what we'll do, we'll have a chat with Miss Nania, because I have other priorities. Let's take the Sunset Rite, Perfect Frost. We will bring in, what am I doing? Enid for summoning. And I think, so if it's Forge, it's a Callagine. If it's Heart, it's the Dead. And if it's Edge, it's a Maid in the Mirror. So summon a Servant of the Sun in rags, a deep winter's cold to name and draw the maid in the mirror, edge to match her keen cruelty. Okay, still waiting on this thing to finish. It would be nice if I had more things to do with, it would be nice if I had more things to do with my work verb, but I do want to get rid of that winter influence, at least temporarily. Obviously, at some point, the Maid in the Mirror is going to go away. Okay, so same story here. We'll have another chat with Miss Nania about restlessness, just to avoid any ticking time bombs. "7 coils," said Gentis' journal, "but the idol within is an impossible heap of stone serpent, coil upon coil, a knot that dizzies the soul. Wrongness squirms in the temple corners. We should search the place quickly before its influences overwhelm us." Alright, so I didn't pay attention to the affliction. This will at least give me something to work with. Alright. right. Well, I can get fascination or I can take my risk. So the Worm Museum may have dread, may have... You know what? Let's try the Worm Museum here. My reasoning is I have a contentment that I can get rid of the dread with. Paid off. Size in the Mansus is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams they are more visible than waking, smooth and dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the First and Second Worm Wars. The third is too recent to have passed into the histories. Okay, so... Prepared the text for study. The disgraced oracle Daemon Azenaddon sifts through the tall tales of Penelope of Gordion, the work of the court poet Cal, and the forbidden fragments of the work of the adept Aratres, identifying common themes. So again, I think I'm just gonna keep working on translations for now. What am I doing? I forgot. These are the Mandiak and Vac books. Okay, you know what? Let's finish our last Frisian book then. Damon insists that the hours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, and even to love. The seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace, all of these are only the results of the enactment of lesser passions of the hours. I think I'm gonna hold off on... Oh. Okay, so this time we'll use passion. Unfortunately, this is going to translate into something that gives me dread, but she understands my restlessness. She has known it herself now and then. She reminds me that nothing endures. The temple is as clean as if it were newly swept. No sand has crossed the threshold. No dust has settled on the idol's horrible twists. We find things tucked away here and there amid the coils, as if they had been playfully left for us to find, or as if the idol had coiled around them. So let's get our folks back into position. Okay, bitter atmosphere. I guess I get another crack at summoning the maid in the mirror. Pope Clifton, King Crucible, Callagine. Okay, so we've got watchworms, a tiny pot of stunted, desiccated larval remnants from the First Worm War, rank with the power that inhabits dead hours. Lethal poison. Under no circumstances should you put this in anyone you want to keep. We've got a gold Spintrea. Initiates of the Hidden World use Spintrea to pay for services. They can easily be sold for more traditional funds. Gold Spintrea displays scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on their reverse side. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at the auction house. Now, I am slightly curious about the fact that it says things that mortal eyes cannot see. So I'm wondering if I can't quite make the reasoning because it's not a remnant, but I'm like, I wonder if this is related to the pale canvas at all. Okay, Division Bell. First its voice, and after nothing. So level 12 Winter Instrument, and In Memory of Gods, a work by Barrowchild, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined the organization known as the Order Lamea. It's actually fewer books than I thought we would have. So I'm just using the... No, hang on. I want to use Reason to get rid of it. So, sending it home. Pronounce the words of dismissal, seal the circle tight, erase every trace. Okay. So, I want to take the opportunity to use this Vagabond's map. So, while I do that, the Callagine and King Crucible are going to have a chat with each other. And I think we'll just pay to get rid of the affliction at this point. Side note, any games that you're looking forward to? I'm actually really looking forward to some stuff that I already have in my library. Don DW, you've actually opened a horrible thing for me. For those of you still interested in the Borderlands 3 pre-order bonuses, it is releasing tomorrow, and if you use that link, I actually get 20% revenue share, so this is actually true for a bunch of the games. I have an affiliate link. So if you do use the Epic Store, please feel free to type in System Chalk. It's just usually, depending on how big your window is, if you scroll down just a little bit before checkout, there's a black box where you can actually enter System Chalk in, and I will get credit for the sale. But if you don't use the Epic Store, don't worry about it. But anyways, I haven't actually finished Borderlands 2, so I'm not going to be playing Borderlands 3 right away. But yeah, any games I'm looking forward to. NHL 20, because I like hockey. Actually, okay, for those of you who want a secret about the Eyes of Sin, the Eyes of Sin has actually seen how I behave during hockey games. Or, well, she's heard how I behave during hockey games. And it is very different from the person you see on cast, or hear on cast. I have a feeling that Paradox is going to announce Crusader Kings 3 at PDXCon. So I suppose I'm looking forward to that. I know they've got a few things that are going to be announced. So like the Empire, or that have been announced or are coming out. So the Empire of Sin, the crap, what was it? The other one. Why can I not remember the name? Vampire Bloodlines 2. I never played Bloodlines 1, but like Paradox usually does good stuff, so I'm always going to be intrigued by those. But I think one of the things that's sort of nice is like I am interested in developments in terms of like the game industry and stuff like that, but because I get to enjoy so much stuff, like I'm kind of catching up a little bit, and so I get to be like nicely surprised by some of the stuff that comes out. Although with that in mind, for those of you who know a bit better than me, is there anything that I should have my eye on? While I get the answer to that, I think I'm going to make a little bit more progress in the game. One thing I forgot to do while we were having our break was sell off the stuff, like the jumble, the Sanskrit reader and whatnot, but that's fine. I can live without that. Borma says a little bit of plotting on plans how to get rid of abusive summoner between two summoned creatures. I don't think I quite understand what you mean by that, Borma. Are you talking about my game, or is this something different? Okay, it's gone. We are safe. Well, I won't be safe from the chilly atmosphere, but we already know. I'm just accepting my fate on that one. Okay, bitter atmosphere. We'll just try and... We'll do the same thing. We'll just try and get the maid in the mirror again. I do have a plan, by the way, in terms of if I get like to an emergency in terms of my funds, but I'll do what I can to try and preserve what I've got. Oh, that's the worst possible time that could have hit. I need to find something to do with the chilly atmosphere. Well, it would have been useful in one very specific case. Damon suggests that the hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a war within the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason that the hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of hours turned Alucite. What then would they devour? And we have the Anthic elaboration. The flower maker cannot touch you. He cannot find you. He always has what you desire. Even an elaboration of the properties of his works can draw the attention of ours. This formula can be used in a rite with bitter black salts and a subtle rupture or similar sources of power to summon Azim itself. You're talking on that talk action. There should be recompense to leaving two summoned creatures unattended talking with each other. Just an idea for a patch. Gotcha. Gonna do translations. So I have options as far as the fascination is concerned. But nothing. My words cease like sand and glass. And we've got Lagoon. Okay, Lagoon's Tomb has to be a place where I find a remnant. No worries, Bormoth. I wasn't like I was unclear. So the only problem was, I think, because of the delay between the stream and the stream and the comment, I wasn't sure if that was a comment on the game, because I'd also just tried to get rid of the Maid in the Mirror, and Don Don's question about upcoming games. I wasn't 100% sure if you were talking about what was going on in my game, if that was a reference to a game that was coming up that I just didn't get, if it was a reference to the Maid in the Mirror or something. I completely failed to register that you were talking about doubling these people up. So no, I totally get it. Like, that is the sort of stuff I want to promote in chat. Please do not take that as me being like... I realize probably my response sounded very like, stop bothering me, like, as soon as I realized that you were making a joke. It was just by virtue of the fact that I failed to get the joke in the moment that I did not respond more warmly to that. That is a me problem, not a you thing. So I'm sorry about that. That's completely on me. Masana, quietly prosper. By the way, I don't know if this is something that's interesting. You know you can mod this game, right, Bormoth? So I think you would actually be able to add that interaction inside of the game. And I know, like, the development on Cultist Simulator, it hasn't stopped, because I believe there is the intention of of adding the Chinese localization, and then assuming that's not already in, and then the DLC to the mobile version. But it definitely sort of seems to be in maintenance mode. So I'm sure, like, this is kind of the chance for people who want to continue developing new stories for the game. This is really the time where they get a chance to shine, because I suspect that once people sort of finish all of the main legacies, it'll be a chance to it'll sort of be a chance to see the the other stuff that's out there, unless you really want to do like the aspirant again for the next time. No, it was a good response. Don't worry about it. Just worried that I'm rude. Your reply was good and warm. Okay, cool, Boromouth. And I'm after realizing, like, now that I know what you're responding to, there's definitely a pretty substantial delay. So I apologize for that. That was this is just life on Twitch. So it's nice to see you stream this game so well and enjoying that game. I'm definitely a big fan of the game. Oh, what am I doing? I actually need to get my expeditions done. Yeah, I like it. I should warn you, I'm pretty sure, I know I see you around every once in a while. I know you originally came in for the Surviving Mars streams. But I should caution you, because I don't remember how often you come in for Cultist Simulator. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break from Cultist after I finish the Ghoul, and that's just because I've been doing this for so long that I kind of want to just, I want to recapture the fun. And some of that is just putting a little bit of distance and kind of coming back to some of the more challenges that I'm going to be doing. But again, my enthusiasm for the game is certainly still present. All right. Misana, where the villages routinely remain hale and vigorous past their 100th year. They will resist attempts to pry into their secrets, and they may have curses at their disposal if we can penetrate the desert. To reach them. So Forge will be helpful here. I have a feeling we're going to need to come up with a way of dealing with them. We do still have access to Moth, so maybe I'll add Yzabet just for the heck of it. But the curse will probably be the biggest worry that we have. I feel like I should get rid of one of these fleeting reminiscences and turn them into a restlessness. So let's do that now. Course of the Heart. This is arriving at exactly the time I don't need it, but the sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to run the risk. I'm going to try and be quick on the draw. I have a feeling that this is automatically going to get scooped up into the despair. But if it doesn't, ooh, nice. That's cheesy as heck, but I am super happy that worked. The thing that was a woman has no expression of her own. The movements of her eyes and mouth always match mine, as if we were looking through a mirror. Her fingernails are as sharp as glass. So, the scent is glass, the walls are knives. Each step is blood. The dead who rest before a new cracked mirror, who pass through the peacock gate, who master the sharp stare, those dead enter the service of the sun in rags. Okay, so we will add her to the expedition when I can. And then we're waiting on the work verb just so that I can get my restlessness into play. Okay, so our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So Watchers, I'll add a moth for that. Desolation, we've already got Forge. And we need to deal with the Creeping Breath Curse, which requires Heart or Grail, which we have absolutely none of. So I'm also going to need to be pretty mindful of the cultists that I bring. Miss Naney acknowledges that all will pass, even memory, but that memory can be passed like a torch or a treasure. Now, if I was particularly clever, I should have actually worked with one of the fleeting reminiscent... No, actually, this would have gone away. Never mind, I can shut up now. So I'll take my reputation as medium, and we'll work with the restlessness there. Next up, let's start repairing mirrors. So apparently I'm stronger in Forge now than Winter just by virtue of the fact that I'm losing all of my people. Oh, I'm out of water. Technically, I'm at the time where I would stop, but I am not working tomorrow, so... I can afford to go a little bit later. Although, again, I haven't had dinner yet, so it's not going to be a super long cast. Don says, would you recommend trying out Borderlands 3 as someone who hasn't played the previous games? So... I'm not a great one to answer that to. So yeah, like, if you were otherwise uninterested in playing Borderlands 3, please don't buy that just because I included the link there. My tendency for a lot of games is usually to try the latest in the series first, because it's usually the one that is sort of like learned from all of the predecessors and is the best. The reviews for it actually seem to be pretty scattershot. But one thing that I do see a lot of is they say that it isn't really offering a whole lot that's new to the series. So in that sense, it may actually be a decent one to start off the series with, because, it's more of the same, but obviously it has all of the updates and quality of life improvements. To be completely honest with you, Don DW, I've actually only played I've only played number 1 to its entirety. Then there's number 2, the pre-sequel, and then there was the Telltale game. They're kind of like Diablo, but a first-person shooter. So I guess maybe it's better to say it's like Destiny. Like, if you're new to the series, you're probably going to get the biggest bang for the buck by, like, waiting for, the game to go on sale as it inevitably will for release. Maybe it's on sale now. Let me just take a quick look at Steam. Nope, it's all still full price. No, these are texture pack. Okay. Let me actually look at the game. Okay, so on Steam it's full price, but like normally this sort of stuff, like I'm assuming that when the new one comes out tomorrow, it'll go on sale. So like you could probably stretch your dollar a little bit further by like trying out one of the other games at a smaller price. And then if you're sufficiently interested, you can just pick it up. You can pick up the new one on full release. I kind of feel like pre-ordering a game is really for big fans. Like I pre-ordered XCOM 2 and Civilization 6. And then some of the Paradox stuff I might be willing to do so. But yeah, I mean, the reason I put out the Epic link is just I know people always say, oh yeah, I forgot you had that link. And of course it is sort of the last day to get the pre-order bonuses. So I am trying to knock in any of the last purchases. They're very fun. Like they're fun enough games. They're first person shooters. It is neat to have like brand loyalty for certain types of guns inside of them. But given the fact that it's taken me so long to go through Borderlands 2, I'm not entirely sure you need to have like this frothing obsession with the third game when the reviews of the game seem to be, on Metacritic it's at an 85, so that seems to indicate that it's a good game. But there definitely seems to be a mixed feeling. So I think like PC Gamer's review of it was like a 65, which is definitely not the sort of thing you'd like to see on a big AAA title. So I actually haven't played any of the Master of Orion games, Vorma. But yes, obviously that is a generalization that I made. There are very clearly sequels that are not as good as the main game. But by and large, I think video games are a little bit different. Like in the case of if you think about like X-Men, so the original, like before the comic book movie was like an institution. If you compare X-Men, the Bryan Singer one, like the first Bryan Singer one, versus X-Men 2, the second Bryan Singer one, very clearly there is a transition of they've just given us a hell of a lot more budget so we can make the mutant movie that we really wanted. But for the most part, when you have like a movie sequel, the story they wanted to tell has sort of been told. And one of the things about movies is that obviously, it isn't necessarily just making the movie bigger doesn't necessarily work. Like if you take a 2-hour movie and turn it into a 4-hour movie, that's not necessarily a better movie. And to a certain extent that can happen in games, but I think it's a lot easier to say that most games have more things that people wanted to put in than you can see. And this is just by virtue of the fact that a bunch of different departments finish their work at different times. And this is why you have DLC. And I think personally, this is why game sequels tend to be more successful and are not necessarily inherently inferior to their predecessor, as seems to happen with movies. And it's just because I sort of think by the nature of the way that games get developed, there's always something that people wish they could have put in and didn't get to do. And then more importantly, when it comes to games, obviously it's not a bad thing to reuse some of those old assets if it allows you to become a little bit more efficient. So if you build the framework for the game in the first place, if you're able to sort of leverage that into something new, a little bit like what Weather Factory seems like they were going to do with the Book of Hours. Obviously, we're waiting on a Kickstarter for that. But when you have something like the Book of Hours, it's not that they're not adding any new features to the game. It's that they're able to take some of the basic experience of Cultist Simulator, and they're able to build on that to create something a little bit more elaborate. And in the case of movies, like TV shows are able to reuse sets. So I remember when I was on Stargate Atlantis, like it was very clear that they like added new planets and new sets that they kept reusing over and over again as each season went on, and they had budget to build that stuff. But beyond serials, you really can't do a lot of that with movies. There was a trend with like Pirates of the Caribbean and Lord of the Rings where they tried to do that. But even then, like effectively you're sort of signing on to a story that is intended to be told in these multiple parts. And I think there's a reason why that style of filmmaking hasn't I mean, it's around, but it isn't quite as popular as it used to be. Anyways, I am saying that as somebody who does not work in games and somebody who's just kind of throwing opinions out there. But I don't think it's entirely unfair to say that in general the sequels for games are generally better. What else did we have here? So far, it's looking like an average looter shooter, not particularly exceptional. Yeah. I mean, I would say the same about Borderlands myself. Like, I enjoy the game enough, but it's not the thing. Like, I'd probably play Battlefield 5 if I wanted a first-person shooter, but that's a me thing. Like, that's not going to be... That's less about Borderlands, and that's more about what my preferences for games are. Borma says, it was never was you either love Borderlands or no. The loot is not super interesting, but there's some gunplay. But if you like just ARPG, there's Diablo. There are better games, but they're not Borderlands. Borderlands is sort of a genre on its own. Yeah. I mean, the one thing I will say that Borderlands succeeds in that Diablo doesn't for me is that the brand loyalty for the different... Like, I actually care quite a bit that it's a Jacobs gun. Like, I won't use anything else in that game. And I like that Borderlands has been more successful in making me care about the loot than any other game that I've played. And like, I like Diablo, and I enjoyed Destiny or Destiny 2 when I played it. I was one of the few people who liked Anthem. But Borderlands has actually done the best job of actually making me really care about the loot. He says, you like say screw Metacritic scores and look bad. If you love games, you might want to look into classic 4X strategy in space. Master of Orion 2 is the best one. It's a classic. Master of Orion is also a classic, but those are so old that you don't know if they're stream worthy. I've definitely played older stuff on stream, and I feel like I need to try the Master of Orion games. It's just a question that I love 4X games for sure. It's just that Master of Orion sort of slipped through my net. I don't know if I was, into gaming that way when the first Master... When did the first Master of Orion come out? Master of Orion came out in 1993, so probably not. When was number 2? Number 2 is 96. Might have been playing Civilization then. I don't actually remember when I started playing Civilization. I remember I was really little, but yeah, so anyway, so suffice to say that Master of Orion was like, I wasn't aware of it at the time, and I know of it through reputation, but I've just had the opportunity to play other strategy stuff, so. Yeah, I like Grim Dawn. Again, I'm not really huge on those types of games, but I do have Grim Dawn. And I do really like Stellaris and Endless Space. I put more time into Endless Space 1 than 2, but... Anyway, sorry, I got a little sidetracked here. So, Alexander Probst, following the foundational work of J. Wrigglesworth Jensen, recovered a copy of this work from the Mountain Temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. Do I feel brave enough to risk some of this other stuff? Yeah, let's read the Book of Dissolution. The book consists mostly of prayers to the unburnt god, the Forge of Days, which consumes and transforms. It suggests the Forge's power arises partly from its nature and partly from its tools. Alright, so I'm buying myself a little bit more time with the Mystique, but I have a feeling that this notoriety is going to be snapped up before too long. Our forge skills should keep us safe and lead us through the baking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine, so... let's pay up now, and then I'll add the heart. Yep. There's the... Mystique is obviously less of a priority right now, but it'll be nice to get the money from the Restlessness. Still trying to figure out what I want to do with Dream. Also, we're up to 3 graveyard mouths, so I'm starting to play with fire a little bit here. But now that I know there's a tomb waiting for me, I really want to advance it. The book describes an earlier house of the sun, whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house and for transforming that which has to which is, despite the screams of stone. Sorry. The book describes an earlier house of the sun, whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house and for transforming that which was to that which is, despite the screams of stone. Okay, we got the Formula Fissive for that. And we got the Rite of the Crucible Soul again. So let's read the Second Glory, a work by Jusek, a priest and hermit scholar. Another example that I think some people might take would be, so XCOM Terror from the Deep, but really XCOM Terror for the Deep was a, that was kind of like a reskin of XCOM. Nobody was involved in the original, was really, really worked on Terror from the Deep. Apocalypse, I think Julian Gollop has sort of, it hasn't exactly distanced himself from, but he's sort of like, I don't necessarily think he says it was the most successful game. I remember rather liking the demo. I don't ever think I played the main game, although I have it now. But obviously XCOM, the problem with a statement that like the sequels tend to be better, you do need to account for stuff like, clearly I don't mean the first person shooter of XCOM is, the sort of thing that you want to count inside of that, so. Did it? Yeah, I honestly thought it was just a reskin, and I thought that XCOM actually had a pretty small team on it. I know for sure Julian Gollop wasn't involved in it, but yeah, maybe I should be careful when saying that stuff. It could actually be that there were more people involved in it, and I'm just not aware. But yeah, to my understanding, it was not. It was not the sort of thing that involved a lot of extra work. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, one of the I try not to be the sort of person who just like throws random stuff out there, but I will admit the Watchers will almost certainly regret standing against us. I can be nice. Look closer, closer still, closer! Keep looking closer. Now close your eyes. But I'll admit in this case, like I'm going from a recollection of stuff I've read about the XCOM series more than I'm definitely not speaking from authority, so. XCOM Apocalypse is worth playing, still suffers some of the problems from the first XCOM, lacks a selection of guns late game, but is far more diverse than the first game. Terror from the Deep is sort of more like a patch. Wasn't a super big change, but new mechanics, if minor, are still important ones. You can play a difficult version. Isn't the original difficult version of you? Isn't XCOM UFO Defense the difficult version? Let's keep repairing the mirrors. Excuse me. I'm not sure why I'm holding off going through the Mansis, though. We can afford to do it now, so. Was it? Oh wow, Weary Detective didn't find anything. My only memory of XCOM is like walking off the Sky Ranger and like being shot by something that I couldn't even see on the map and the guy dying instantly. Where has she gone? A discussion in VAC of the Vagabond's travels. Alright, we might as well just get this translated. I'm pretty sure the second glory is going to produce some kind of horrible dread for me. Oh, okay, fair enough. Like, I really like XCOM, but my like really like XCOM definitely stems from the Firaxis version of it. I have only briefly touched the early XCOM games. Like, I've obviously played it enough to know... Like, there's two things that I kind of know from the original game, and admittedly, this is going to be after whatever patching for, like, the... You know, like the get it on Steam or GOG versions or whatever. So I'm assuming that the version I'm playing is quite different from what people's memories would be. But I remember like dying to shots that came out of nowhere. I remember that the aliens seem to, like, when they know they're losing, they run away from you, and so some of the missions wind up being this, like, infuriating, almost like Benny Hill kind of chase sort of thing. Or, well, I mean the Benny Hill theme music. Yakety sack. Okay, that delivery sucked, but you know what I'm talking about. What else? Oh yeah, inventory management. I can't exactly say that I was too fond of the inventory management in it, although I know that's probably going to appear in Phoenix Point, and I'm very excited for Phoenix Point. But yeah, I mean, like, I really do like the remake, and I am properly going to sit down and play XCOM. I also have Xenonauts, which I realize is more of like a proper spiritual successor to what the original XCOM was. But the problem is that as much as I kind of like classic games, I'm also one of these people who does not like I either don't have the nostalgia or I'm incapable of nostalgia. The reason I say don't have the nostalgia is that I can't pretend that I really knew about a lot of this stuff when it came out. I'd like to pretend that I'm some like I'd like to pretend that I'm Kilgore Trout, but I'm not. Kilgore is quite a bit older than I am. So you know, I'll get like misty-eyed about Counter-Strike or something. Where was it going with this? Right, I want more heart followers. I think that's a very fair point to take. Like, I mean, obviously there is, especially if you're used to that kind of a difficulty curve on games. I'm gonna do the Red Church this time. I think I've been pretty lucky with the Moore Museum so far. Nice. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass and the shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, save between a man and a man or a woman and a woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstly lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long in the house of Leith, and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. Okay. So they want silver spin tray or better. I can supply that. I I gotta figure out a way of switching out the followers, but I think we can work with this. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely see people wanting to go back to the more uncomfortable. I mean, it's a little bit like this game, right? This game, they talk quite a bit about like heart players versus winter players, and certainly the Apostle Legacies are definitely winter style ones, or people who play something like XCOM on Iron Man mode or something along those lines. Like, there's definitely something to be said for. There's definitely something to be said for a more uncompromising difficulty, and I think there's a very understandable desire on the part of players to enjoy that, or like to want to be able to continue to enjoy that. I do think that the median player, if such a thing exists, actually prefers the illusion of difficulty rather than the actual difficulty. And I think that's largely just revealed from the way that some of the biggest games, and especially the ones that involve a lot of sort of research of players and stuff like that. But the thing is, and this is the really important thing about gaming, and especially gaming the way it is right now, where everybody's talking about discoverability problems and the fact that there will almost always be more people who don't know about your game than ever do know about it, is that we really shouldn't be just trying to appeal. Like, sure, if you are making like Borderlands 3, or if you're making Gears 5 or something like that, sure, now you actually really need to concern yourself with what like the quote-unquote average gamer thinks. But I think for most people who are making games, as in people who are in decision-making roles to decide like how difficult should this thing be, going to the extremes is not actually that hard of a... I actually think that can be a really smart decision, because it's how you differentiate yourself. Canada announced an election today, so in 40 days I'm going to have to vote for my member of parliament, who will ultimately decide who the prime minister is. And one of the things, this comes a lot more from US politics, but I realize that it's a very polarized time, and so what you tend to get are very bold policy sort of proposals, and then there seems to be a lot of backlash against the people who say that this doesn't have broad consensus. And it's tough, because in one sense you do actually want to see innovation, and that includes policy. But one of the things is that it is a fairly well-established observation from political science and political economy that the preference of voters is actually to go for that middle road. They tend not to like things that are too extreme. And so you face two different problems. So if you want to become president or prime minister, or if you want to get elected, you actually need to care about that middle a lot. And that's why I think games like Halo and Borderlands and Red Dead Redemption and GTA are the way that they are. And it's why I think I will, always have a special place for games like Cultist Simulator, or, System Crash, if I want to stick to games that use cards, or Night Team 4. These are games that do not have ambitions to be played by every human being on the planet. They're designed that way, and instead what they think about is they've got this very narrow focus of saying, this is the type of person who we want. So I had a chance to meet a few of the people from Clay, and I actually got to say to them, it's like, I'll be honest, Invisible Ink is very much my kind of thing, and you guys are clearly very good at making games, but I have never been able to get into Don't Starve. And like, it was just because it's like, I wanted to say, it's like, I'm really excited to see you guys here at this thing, but you're showing Don't Starve, and I have tried to get into this thing and I just don't get it. They're like, oh, that, and they're like, yeah, that's totally fine. It's like, we had a really specific group of people for it, and clearly people love Don't Starve. Like, that is a very popular game. But I really think that is the reason why companies like Clay are able to, or, Weather Factory for that matter. I really think that's why they're able to do it, because in the end, the type of people who need to be successful by appealing to the widest possible audience are politicians and people with multi-million-dollar budgets. And if you don't have one of those things, you are probably not well positioned to compete with those people. And so instead you get to focus on your constituency as it is. So I mean, I don't have a lot directly from the... So, I am speaking more as an outside observer of U.S. politics, but I will put it to you that... So, I don't necessarily think... I think centrism has taken a certain... it's taken a certain kind of connotation that I'm not entirely sure those political scientists mean. What I'm saying there is much more of a research conclusion rather than some kind of a normative statement in terms of the way that politicians should be working. I just think the problem is that when people sort of say, it's, to use your terms, it's disingenuous, there is actual research and there is actual... there is a basis in terms of what's being said, and it's not to try and smuggle in this certain type of politics there. Obviously, with that in mind, I also, when I start talking about particulars, I also need to acknowledge things like the fact that very clearly, the Democratic Party did not necessarily want to see Bernie Sanders as the candidate. There are clearly other serious things that need to be addressed in the, in the system, and this may translate into a certain type of, a certain type of policy basket that you need to vote for a certain party. Of course, the other potential problem is that it actually really does turn out that, people this is the thing I have to face all the time, because most of the time the politicians that I voted for never get into office. I kind of have to accept that my political preferences are not shared by the population, and so as a result, I'm always kind of gonna feel like I'm getting screwed by these ones here. But yeah, just so I can be clear, I don't actually mind discussions on politics. I just wanted to be clear on that one, that the statement I'm making is that this idea of shooting for the middle is actually has a basis in terms of people studying how elections work and how people vote. And maybe I probably shouldn't have used a political analogy when it comes to games, but essentially what I was just trying to say is, if you want to become president or if you want to become prime minister, you need to get a large enough group of people to say, yeah, I'm okay with this. If you want to survive as an indie, I mean, Jeff Vogel just wrote a blog about how he's the cheapest bastard in video games and how he'll never spend, a lot of money on art. So, let me just catch a little bit on, it's about earning money. Middle covers the majority of players, so most AAA developers shoot at the big stuff, and is one of the best tactics game. Yeah. So I think Bormoth, you kind of picked up what I was trying to say there. It's if you depending on what you're going, in the end, basically, I think the fact of the matter is that I think there are a lot of people who would like to make a truly path-breaking game with a multi-million-dollar budget. They would like to completely rewrite the conventions of gaming. But the fact of the matter is that if you completely rewrite the conventions of gaming, you're immediately going to alienate a large swath of the gaming public, which maybe needs these more incremental steps over time. Clearly, games have changed from the time when we started playing them to now, unless you're watching this and you've only just started playing games within the last 2 years, but you're probably not watching Cultist Simulator in that case. Obviously, there has been a change in terms of what that middle is, and that's, of course, probably what we call progress, and that's true for populations as well. Obviously, there are things that are laws or would never be considered as laws now that would have been acceptable in a previous time. But clearly, going too far out tends to leave some. I mean, some people kind of need that gradual move. Again, not to say that that's the way things should be, but rather that's, that seems to be a fairly robust result when people have looked at it. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few motivations for it. I mean, I would leave it to the paper, because I mean, the multiple papers that cover it don't have a consensus in terms of why it is the way that it is. They just reach that conclusion that this seems to be the explanation that best fits the evidence. But obviously there is the observation, X happened, and you can decide whether or not the interpretation is correct. Yeah, well, I mean, actually, what Bormoth is describing... Hey, Cisco Zombie. I love it when you use that emote. I think the big thing about the money side is this is probably the reason why Epic sold off Gears of War. It's not that Gears of War wasn't making money. I just think that for a company like Epic, if you have to bet the farm every single time that you make a game... I don't see how you can... I just don't see how people sleep at night if they do that sort of thing. I don't know what Weather Factory's financial position is, but presumably, if the Book of Hours didn't turn out for them, the hope would be that they would sort of have enough to kind of keep going for the next one to recover. But obviously, if you're setting up a game studio, money's not easy to come by. So... that's, I mean, again, probably not my finest moment in terms of coming up with analogies and such, but essentially I'll bring it back to sort of the case in terms of preferring difficult games. I think it was said best, love classic difficulty games with quality of life improvements. The thing that I like the most about the changes with gaming, and I mean, this is largely a result of the existence of Steam and, digital distribution in general, but clearly Steam is the gorilla in the, sorry, the elephant in the room, the 900-pound gorilla. Obviously, I'm getting tired, sorry. I like the fact that the audience is now wide enough and that it's actually sophisticated enough in terms of its tastes to allow games that I don't like to be successful, because it also means that unlike, so there's the two paths that I can take. I can't say that I am, okay, so there's a really funny thing. One of the things I actually really like about democracy is that my party almost never win. Well, I say my party. The party I vote for, and it's been different in almost every election, almost never wins. And yet, it is hard for me to say that I am particularly unhappy with the direction of Canada. This doesn't mean I agree with every policy choice. I have been happier under certain prime ministers than others, but I can't necessarily say, Canada's on the road to ruin and it will never recover. So this is one of the things I really like about it, and it's actually why I think the insight that people kind of like that middle ground is a useful one, because in the end, it's one of these cases where you have this gradual change over time. Now, it's a challenge because sometimes you actually really do need decisive action. But the fact that even though I don't necessarily feel I am well represented in terms of, this is the politician I really wanted to see in the House of Commons, it has still produced outcomes which have been acceptable to me, if not positive for me. Other people may feel differently on that. But the neat thing about gaming, of course, is that it's not sort of, the problem is that being a member of parliament is sort of a binary state. You are either an MP or you're not. When it comes to gaming, it might be a little too generous to say that everyone can win. Like, clearly we have a big problem in terms of discoverability. Mike Rose of No More Robots just did an analysis that showed, I think, if you're not a AAA, your revenues are down year over year by like 46% or something like that. But the nice thing is that because the audience is broad enough, two, the audience is sophisticated enough to sort of have sort of strong preferences, you can actually sort of segment out that audience and be able to build a career making that stuff. And it's, again, one of the things that games have always been digital. So it's not that digitization really did that, but it's the fact that the frictions between producing a game and getting it in front of an audience have sort of been reduced to the lowest that they've been. And of course, the tools for making games have never been cheaper. At this point, you can get free engines that can do, basically better than anything than, most of the games that we've been talking about have been able to, unless it's like modern stuff. But, Unity looks very good if you have the art assets to back it up. Lumberyard is basically the Amazon fork of the CryEngine. That's available completely free. You'll pay revenues for the Unreal Engine, so it's kind of hard to, the losses you would experience using the Unreal Engine would stem from the fact that you just didn't make enough, rather than it being sort of inherent to, so if you sold 0 units of the Unreal Engine, you would lose money, but you would lose money on what you spent making it, not because you spent the money on the Unreal Engine. And again, that's something I don't think that a lot of us could have. I'm not entirely sure when stuff like XCOM was being made. I'm not entirely sure that's what anybody really would have predicted. So. Did you ever play Oxygen Not Included? I heard you mention Clay earlier. I have not. I'm kind of interested in Oxygen Not Included. The thing is, I really want to try Dwarf Fortress, which is kind of inspires all of this stuff. I want to try RimWorld. I want to try Oxygen Not Included. A lot of them sort of seem to be in that model. And I just haven't been able to sit down and get a handle on Dwarf Fortress so that I can then, unlock all this other stuff for me to try. But would you recommend it, Cisco Zombie? I should mention earlier on in the cast, if you guys said you wanted to see me, if you wanted to see me, if you had a game to recommend or wanted to see me play, I was interested in that. Also, I'm going to try it again. Jean-Jacques. I haven't said your name just because I'm bad at pronouncing it, but I hope my political stuff didn't turn you off. I noticed you've been a little quiet since I responded to that, and I was not mentioning your name by virtue of the fact that I stumble over the pronunciation each time, as opposed to just trying to unperson you in the conversation. So I just wanted to clarify that. What was it? Another Arcane. Oh, sorry, you said good to use it, but that is right. Oh yeah, no worries. I wanted to make sure that I didn't. I get very paranoid about this kind of stuff. Because again, I want to try and keep an active discussion going. I definitely don't think I am the last word on most of the issues that I discuss. There's stuff that I've thought very carefully about, and I will tend to get annoyed if people do not at least acknowledge what I consider to be a novel take on them, but that hasn't happened here. It's just it occurred to me, it's sort of like it's basically an on-reflection thing. I'm like, you know what, I probably, if I was replying to something you said, I probably should have said your name. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't being an ass, for lack of a better term. Well, the other thing too is that I think we have genres to help people decide what they might be interested in. So, I would not probably... So here's the thing. I really like Need for Speed, and I really like NHL, but I am not the type of gamer that would pick up... Like, if I were to see a game with a sports tag on it, I would probably not consider that to be the sort of thing that I would probably not click on the game to try it on the basis of a sports tag. I actually quite like first-person shooters. Those of you who've been with the stream for a bit of a longer time will know I've done the new Wolfenstein, I've done the new Doom. There's actually a ton of other first-person shooters that I play privately as opposed to on stream. I can't get enough of them. But if you were to ask what I stream, it's generally more strategy stuff, and I just think I'm a little bit better at streaming that. But I'm not entirely sure how you would market to a like strategy games, like Battlefield might make sense because it sort of has that, it has sort of that that tactical layer to it in addition to the actual first-person shooter part. But it's not really, like, that's not the reason I like Battlefield. I don't say, yes, XCOM, Battlefield is XCOM plus Doom. That's not how I think about that game. I think the fact of the matter is that people have their preferences. There are certain things about game, like, the thing is, if I were to come up with my best analogy for what this game is like mechanically, it would be The Sims. I just think that saying that this game is like The Sims conveys absolutely no information to the potential user as to whether or not they'll like it. Clearly, somebody who puts hundreds of hours in The Sims form may be confused and upset by Cultist Simulator, but again, I insist that The Sims is one of the better descriptions of Cultist Simulator by virtue of the fact that it is entirely about how you spend your time and how you sort of achieve quote-unquote happiness by allocating your time and your resources as effectively as possible. Which I think is a reasonably good description of how The Sims works. I think the only difference is that probably Cultist Simulator is a little bit more willing to kill you for getting it wrong. But like I said, I would not go to like a The Sims forum and say, hey, you know what you guys are really gonna like. But you'd recommend Oni. Are you talking about the Bungie game, Oni? And I might like Dwarf Fortress because it's all about lore and stories there. Yeah, I mean, the only thing about Dwarf Fortress is clearly the user interface. It has not gotten the level of attention that most of the games that I like have. And I think that's one of the things that Kitfox is working on. That's kind of what their contribution to it will be. So I'll probably wait for the Steam release on it. Also, it's a really nice way to support the game. But I'm definitely interested in trying it. Oh, Oxygen Nautic. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Second Glory. The priest Juice celebrates the extirpation of the gods who were stoned, those hours who preceded humanity. Juice engages in an apologia for the destruction of the hours. They were old, they were cowardly, they were vile, and their time had passed. And it was the shining destiny of humankind to seize the house through glorious battle. I'm sorry, Cisco Zombie. I should just bang my head repeatedly against the desk and hopefully I'll get some sense come into it. I think the new rule needs to be I'm not allowed to say anything that's potentially controversial or requires, like, careful thought. after the 3-hour mark. If I want Secret Histories lore, it's almost certain that going through the Tricuspid Gate will be my best option. I'm gonna try it for one of these other two. I think the War Museum is the riskier of the two options, so I'll do the Red Church, but I actually don't think there's any Secret Histories lore behind either one of these. Well, I can shut the fuck up. Sorry. Alright. Sorry, I know I don't normally swear, but that's really embarrassing. The very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might be. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, and the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all in Pausai are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at birth, and this is not always true of the father. Come closer, and we will show you what we mean. I actually also have Factorio. Alright. So I'm obviously going to have to repair the mirror before anything else. I'm just trying to think about how to position myself for the next few turns. Okay, let's do repairs first. I'm going to leave the dream for now. I'm happy this notoriety is dying, but obviously we'll get a new one in a minute. More like 30 seconds, actually. We're actually doing all right for funds. I thought I might need to dip into some of my my reserves. Beneath the granary, we find the deepest secret of Masana, an altar on which are displayed segments of an embalmed human body. Little of it still remains. The visitors must have been feasting on this for years. Is it long flesh? That might account for their longevity. All right, maybe we will have a little something for the painting. Another fleeting reminiscence. I think I'm just going to ignore the Grail here. I just don't see how I'm going to turn it into something useful. Okay, so old and happy far off things. I think in this case I'm just gonna deal with it by painting it away. I know there's always the risk to doing this because this is not the right call. Yeah, I can't wait. This will result in like 30 seconds of ticking down on the restlessness, but we've been able to manage without it before, so. I'm a little concerned I might wind up with dread and something like that out of these next few books, so it doesn't hurt to have a little contentment sitting aside. Speaking of dread, read A Second Glory. Jusei reveals how the hour called the Seven Coils was slain in battle by the Colonel, and how the Grail devoured the hour called Tide, and how the egg unhatching fled like a coward. He's quite vituperative about the egg unhatching. He warns darkly against its return. So we have the recitation of Lost Hours. This is a good one because we actually didn't have this level of winter before. 6 are gone, 5 came from stone, and 1 from light. All went to nowhere. Still their memories have power, and now we call upon it. So we already have the Right of the Beast Division, that's less important, and we have Dread. So is the Season of Despair is not coming up. I do need to worry about Fascination, though. I might be risking something by doing this, but let's do Where Has She Gone? The Spieth, perhaps a single adept, perhaps a council of scholars, hypothesizes secret events from limited evidence with a persuasive accuracy. The vagabond is recorded to have traveled not only the Mansis and the Wood, not only all 9 continents, but also places forbidden to other hours. By the way, if you guys want to know how huge the gaps in my game playing are, I think I'm pretty sure Eyes of Sin will be gone for the evening. But the Eyes of Sin has successfully introduced me to Minecraft, which I had not played until she got me into it. So, all right. Items of note are displayed on the walls. They might be trophies from the unwise travelers, or they might have been possessions of the Long. There is no indication whether the Long was a willing victim, an ancestor, or a prisoner, and will learn nothing from the villagers now. A Greek inscription on the altar reads, "For the Flood." So apparently, the Long Flesh is not one of the things for the painting. So we've got the King's King Bodran in the deep forest. The monarch gave up the last thing that they had to give, so the tool was shaped to keep their land forever safe. Then, of course, an empire stole it, as empires do. I am running out of space for my goodies. We've got the Songs of the Carapace Cross, Micah, I don't know if that's Micah Z or Micah Kai, but off-destroyed work. So we'll put that there. And the Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, an account of the destruction of the primeval hour, a god who was stone. Okay. So, in a perfect world, I'd like to use this other Vagabond's map. The problem is I don't have any place to put all these others. I think for now we'll go with the expedition we have. It might make sense to keep the Callagine out, but I'm not going to. Right, a star fell in the deep desert. It did not quite destroy the sacred place it struck. The treasures of the old altar may remain, hidden beneath the grave of the star, but we must approach the star cautiously. It still resonates with energies from outside the world. This actually doesn't really indicate a whole lot about what we're going to be going up against. Good God. Doesn't really indicate a whole lot about what we're going up against. But yeah, so it was a potential blunder that I got Valsine to clean, or to work on the mirror when she did, because she's going to ask me for a silver spintrea, and the thing is that I basically either want someone to I want someone to get rid of the evidence, or I want to be able to have my summons talk with each other while we use the Vagabond's map. Also, at some point, I would like to start ransacking a cemetery. Further research is required. Okay, let's just power through what we got here. I'm not going to go to the Mansis for a little while, I think. At least until I get my my mirror fixed. I wonder if I wound up with any... okay, the contentment as promised. We actually didn't get that much money off of that. So did we get any staleness? No. Apparently we're now immune to staleness. This is almost certainly not true. Please do not tempt fate. Okay. So, starting off strong with a curse. So I think we'll just throw our winter follower in there. Desolation, I'm okay with. Hidden door, lantern, or knock. Okay, the lantern's going to be a problem. So Maid in the Mirror is going to help out here. Actually, she's 10 winter, so that will buy me some time. So I can put 1 funds in, and then I can get the... I think I'm just going to put lantern people in because I have a surplus. By the way, I'm not. If I seem like I'm ignoring chat, I am reading all of it. But a lot of these are games that I haven't actually played, and I sort of want to make up, especially for the people who don't get to participate in chat. I want to try and make up by making a little more progress in the game. So please do continue along these lines, because I actually really like looking at game recommendations like that. But if I'm not responsive to something that you would like me to respond to, please just ping me in chat, because I'm reading everything, but I'm taking some of this as stuff that I don't necessarily need to comment on. From Our Gossip and Invisible Lore, Spieth deduces that the vagabond has visited nowhere, but that she will not return. He also asserts that she has yet to visit the glory, but that inevitably this must be her goal. So I suppose it's just as well we didn't explore if we've got 2 vagabonds maps now, but I would ideally like to have some more locations to go through before we give up King Crucible and company. So let's read In Memory of Gods. It's very likely that this is going to produce dread because it's a high-level winter tome, but of course everything high-level eventually winds up giving you the heebie-jeebies. So the Barrow Child, a nameless Gaulish adept who joined an organization identified as the Ordo Lamea, writes regretfully of the destruction of the gods who were stone, the hours who preceded humanity. The Barrow Child singles out the scarred tribune, the Red Grail, the Forge, and the Moth for a special condemnation as murderers of the first gods. We live in the shadow of their crime, she writes, and we must evade it or repeat it. Alright, our forge skills should keep us safe and lead us through the baking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine. We'll add the funds right away. One of the reasons I do this is just so if an emergency happens and I don't freak out. So essentially what I do is I kind of take this expected value of what the expected value of what a screw up will be. So if I screw up and I forget to add a follower of the right aspect, the problem is that I will potentially lose a challenge that I would have otherwise won. Now that's not great, especially when it's a curse, because, you know, they can have consequences down the road. But if I mess up when I need, something like, you know, an extra funds, or for whatever reason I've run out of followers. Actually, I think if you run out of followers, there's no real way to fix that. I don't think I've ever had that problem. Anyways, so if I forget to put funds in and, you know, the window closes, then I lose all of the progress that I've made on that expedition, which may include losing individuals. So my general preference is to put in enough money and then add people. This is one of the reasons why I always check this stuff ahead of time, so I know that the Fifth Eye Curse has been taken care of. I know that Desolation has been taken care of, and I don't have an answer for the Hidden Door yet. But I also know that I'm going to have, most likely, 2 opportunities to put people inside. And in the worst case scenario, if I don't, I'm going to have at least 1 opportunity to bring a level 5 Lantern Follower in. So I will have a better chance to pass the obstacle than what I'd be facing. So I should be doing Audible books. I've actually been looking into seeing how I might do something like that. The big challenge I have is I'm actually not that sure about what the requirements are in terms of what kind of audio people are looking for, just in terms of quality, right? Like I've got my microphone that I have here. I have it set up for streaming, but if I'm going to be doing audiobook readings, I would like it to be of a quality that's consistent with any other audiobook that people are listening to. And so I did reach out to somebody. It's really the only person who's a professional on this stuff that I know. But the problem is that I'm also kind of asking them like the noob question that's sort of beneath people like that, of the like, hey, how do I get good sound? I'm like, well, you know, you build a profession and you work like for a decade in this stuff, and then maybe you get good and you can, you know, like obviously this is stuff that people have thought long and hard about, and I'm kind of asking a very basic level question. But the problem that I currently have is that there's actually no shortage of guides online about how to get good audio. What I'm really needing is discernment between those guides, because everybody has opinions, and a lot of those opinions usually involve some sort of cash outlay on extra gear. And one of the things, you know, especially for streaming stuff, for the longest time, a lot of the streaming gear was bought through donations, and so I was really sensitive about trying to make sure that I'd sort of maximize the use out of what I would get. So like I bought the microphone because people gave very kind compliments, like you all are right now, about the quality of the voice. And I'm like, well, clearly going from, you know, a headset I won in a Dota 2 tournament to something that's dedicated to recording, you know, recording like a podcast or something like that, clearly that's a good investment. I actually had one person offer to buy me a webcam so that I could have a face cam, and I was very grateful for it, but I declined because I think the existing style works for me, and I'm not convinced that I would actually consistently stream with a cam on. But yeah, suffice to say, I am actually quite interested in doing something like that. I did post on Twitter quite some time ago a recording of a small, just a Canadian short story that I find very amusing. It's more of an essay, really, that I found very amusing. And I hope to do more stuff like that. But these things, they all take time. So I try to prioritize where I think the greatest value will be seen. The Barrow Child describes how the Grail drained the hour called Tide, how the moth usurped the wheel from within, stealing its skin, and how Forge first eclipsed, then shattered flint. Perhaps these are glories, she observes, but then it cannot be that glory is merciful. So more dread as we're learning more about the truth of the world. Recitation of Lost Hours. And I don't actually have an easy answer about how I'm going to handle this dread. I know we've got Glimmering coming up. I'll toss Cat Caro in. Pope Clifton will come right behind. Oh, I should be translating books. Deep Mandiac. Lock the study door, the work begins. Mirror is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. So I think, against my better judgment, wow, I've got 2 Watchman's Glass. Against my better judgment, I am actually going to use the Peacock door a little bit more. The problem, of course, is that the Peacock door is going to be where I get dread, and I already have some. But if there's an emergency, I can always not break the glass, but buy the opium. I guess breaking the glass causes the emergency in this case. Alright, more medium work. Can I use dread for that? Jesus. I've almost certainly tried this before. I think this winds up making more dread if I remember correctly. I think I made a big mistake doing that, but I'm kind of curious. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Now, I got very lucky on that one because that happened the last time with notoriety, but I'm not going to complain about having fewer things to do, so. I've paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Okay, so this was just the same as using restlessness. Obviously, I don't want to make a habit of that because, well, it will kill me. But it's good to know that I can employ dread for financial gain if it comes down to it. I'm going to say Micah Kai, sometimes called the Mages of Quartz, etched this work in acid on stone. It's been reproduced many times since, but the reproductions are often lost to landslides. And in this case, because we've already got Dread on the board, I'm going to take the opportunity to translate the other book. An account of the destruction of the primeval hour, the god who is stone. So as cool as that sounds, I think this seems like the sort of thing that will give me Dread. So, gonna just take my foot off the gas on the negative emotions for a little while. Okay, so the Vagabond map was in the Worm Museum last time, but I'm going to do the Red Church again because I don't think these things repeat, but be prepared for an absurdly overdone reaction if it... Alright. I am okay with that. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. So I can afford to go straight back to the Peacock Door. Whether or not I want to is another question, because just because I didn't get Dread, this time doesn't mean that I'm going to be so lucky this next one, but I still have ways of dealing with Dread if it comes to it. Okay, we got past the door. I just didn't read the text. I think I'll probably pay for the medicine on this one, but we'll see. And seeing as we're at 4 for the graveyard mouth, I do need to seriously consider getting to the cemetery. I mean, complex games tend to be the thing that... I think something that is obviously complex is usually the most reliable way to get me into a game. It's definitely how I found the Paradox stuff. It's funny because I've not put as much time as I probably normally would have in Command Modern Air Naval Operations because I think that one is a little too complex for me. But by and large, I tend to gravitate to stuff that seems like it's hard to learn. I have prepared both texts for study. 28 minutes pass, which means I've got 50 minutes. Okay. I'm safe from this dread for sure. So we will read the songs of the Carapace Cross. Kai describes the rite of gods who were stoned the first hour. You know what? It's probably Z. Or she. Or first hours as practiced before the existence of human civilization by the Carapace Cross. He claims a final survivor of the cross shared the information with him. See, it seems like a bunch of Western stuff, which is why I think it's Kai, but I don't ever think I've heard a last name of Kai, so... I never know what to do with this one. I'm gonna do the red shirt. I mean, it basically comes down to Worm Museum seems most likely to wind up with Dread. Red Church sometimes gives you a Vagabond map. I definitely don't want a Splendor because that's just going to turn into Fascination. I find Fascination the hardest one to deal with, even though, of course, Fleeting Reminiscence is a way that you can you can neutralize it. But the fact of the matter is I want secret histories. So basically the chance of a secret histories is going to be behind the Worm Museum or the Red Church, because I'm a little more risk averse on Dread right now because I'm just trying to juggle so many, balls. The Red Church is the safety option that will potentially give me a Vagabond map. So, as it turns out, nothing would have gotten me a secret history, but something definitely would have gotten me a Dread. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of a father. Come closer and we will show you what we mean. Okay, so again, we've got the incardinescence. The very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. So I hate spending money on medicine, but I think it's very unlikely that I'm going to wind up with vitality. This is just because I keep using my restlessness to generate mystique, and of course we've got the detective that's going to be on my case in a little bit, so... The Elogist knows what is already lost. His power will almost certainly protect us. Again, I want to be very careful of any seasons of restlessness. I think I can get away, as long as the season of restlessness doesn't come up between us ending this one and starting the next. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. I hate you so much. So they just gave me a Course of the Heart. I didn't need to spend money on the medicine. If we get another season of ambitions before we start the next expedition, then I have to go to the cemetery just because. Okay, well, we already know we're going to the cemetery then. Even if it means that I wind up losing a character, there's just no way that I can. There's no way that I can be sure I won't lose to the seven hunger. But it will give me some opportunities to use the Vagabonds maps and whatnot, so... Alright, the rites are largely obsolete now, but, few have been observed in the last 1,000 years at least to have any effect at all. Nevertheless, she identifies at least one invocation of particular power. He warns that it should not be used, that it should be used with caution, lest the gods who were stone might find their way back from nowhere. We have the liminal evocation, so first of all, let me put my mirrors back. One god who is stone remains, and she watches all thresholds. So, progress, although of course at the cost of my sanity. And because apparently I don't know moderation, we will try reading The Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled, an account of the destruction of Primeval Hour, a god who is stone, but this will almost certainly push me over the edge. There are 12 verses. In the first, an Ascendant Hour, identified as the Scarred One, enumerates his justifications for destroying the Seven Coiled, its appetites, its growth, its enmity to humanity. In the second, a priestess puts out its eyes and scars his skin to protect him against the Seven Coiled's magics. In each of the next 7 verses, he destroys one aspect of the Seven Coiled. So I know this dread's going to go away on its own. We'll have 2 on the board, which we may have to deal with if a season of despair comes up. It is possible, though, that we will outlive the notoriety depending on how our work verb goes. The meteorite lies in the shattered temple, ridged like a sea creature, smoothed by its passage through the atmosphere. The old altar must have been crushed centuries ago, but the meteorite responds to our touch. It hums like wires in the wind, its surface shifts, and it opens like an eye. Oddly enough, this medium job is less about generating money at this point, so much as it is generating mystique. Okay, what has passed? The meteorite is cold and closed and silent. The sand of centuries lies untouched upon it. But here in our hands are the treasures we found within. So, fine work, Pope Clifton. Obviously, more notoriety, which is a little sad. Made in the Mirror, which it will eventually decay into dread, but I'm most willing to lose the Maid in the Mirror. Okay, so we have the Focus of Amber, the Penance work of Omar the Blaze, another Wildering Mirror, just what I needed. Oh, it's not cracked though. Medusa's Lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. And the manner in which the alchemist was spared, a quasi-alchemical text in Vac. Okay, not a bad haul. I have 17 seconds before... I'm gonna do the Vagabond's map, even though it takes a minute. The river, wrote the sage Mech in the Book of the Centipede, runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. This is the place where the centipede was born, they say. The sands of which Mech wrote hide perilous curiosities. So again, we're going to chat with King Crucible and the Callagine. Unfortunately, I don't really have any use for the Maid in the Mirror at the moment, so she's probably going to go away and turn into Dread. Although one of the things I can try and do is use the work verb and resummon her. And there's more Dread. In the 10th verse, the Scarred One bathes his priestess patron in the blood of the Seven Coil to lend her power. In the 11th, they assault the temple behind the world, entering it by force. In the 12th, they swear a tripartite oath to protect their ancestors, their descendants, and themselves. So, and we gain the alignments of murder, although we already have the top level edge. So, these are the arts that ensure an ending. Alright, so the thing I need to be careful about is anything that might consume this dread. The most sensible thing, of course, would be to use it in a summoning if I can. But one of the challenges that I have is I also have restlessness, which needs to be consumed as well. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to say the work verb is just going to carry on its own. If I find that I'm in a situation where I feel... Okay, so now the dread is a threat. So what we're going to do first is we're going to say one of my higher priorities is to address... one of my higher priorities is to address the immediate threat of dread. So that will involve painting. The reason I'm painting with this restlessness, this is cutting me off of my mystique and my income. The thing is that I don't want that dread to turn, or that restlessness to turn into yet another dread for me. So the aim on this one is to try and do a painting that I'm happy with, and to turn that into some kind of contentment. I am going to get a few seconds of the Maid in the Mirror here. Now, the fact of the matter is I'm not going to be able to... By the way, there's no reason I shouldn't be translating these books, right? Not true. I do need to find the graveyard. That gives me something to do with the Maid in the Mirror, actually. This is the Grave Munching playthrough. How you doing, Maka? Okay, we'll do the Focus of Amber. I think I might be a little late to eat the bodies, but not appallingly so. So I'm just going to get a little bit of extra time with the Maid in the Mirror here. Okay. No need to be precise. Okay, so... Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we've got all the places that we need in the Lone and Level Sands. There was a city here. We can pick over its remains like jackals over old bones. Palace walls, buried roads, shattered fountains. Sometimes we may find the knowledge of the dead. Sometimes the dead may find us. Okay, so we actually want to start working on upgrading the Vagabonds map then. Again, I'm just going to send King Crucible and Callagine off to plot against me over time. What is the Anthology edition of this? So I believe the Anthology edition is basically you get everything in... you get everything in one go. Let me just take a quick look. Yes, so basically the way the game is set up right now, it is currently $22.79. And if you want to buy each of the individual DLC, they're $3.39 each. So this is all Canadian dollars, by the way. And then this lovely soundtrack that you're listening to is $11.49 on its own. So effectively what you're looking at is $22 game, $21 in DLC if you include the soundtrack. And if you're like, I already have Apple Music or Spotify or whatever, then you're basically looking at about $10 in DLC. So with that in mind, the absolute lowest price that you would face would technically be if you bought Cultist Simulator and each of the DLC on their own. But effectively you can sort of see, like, the Anthology edition is kind of like, I'm getting everything at a really good discount on the soundtrack. That's sort of the way I look at it, except of course I bought the Perpetual edition when it was a Kickstarter. So in this case it just got the soundtrack separately. Yeah, I mean, effectively you're looking at a 15% discount for the Anthology existing. And then of course this is not, this is leaving aside any sales that might come up with the game or something like that. But yeah, that's the best description. So like Cultist Simulator, the base game, $22.79. The Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul are $3.39 each. And the soundtrack for this game, which I think there's a consensus that it is a very good soundtrack, is about $12 on its own. That's rounding with the, with the change and whatnot. So in my opinion, like, the Anthology edition is definitely very fairly priced, because I think it is unfair to assign zero value to the soundtrack. However, I also know some people view soundtracks as being, like, irrelevant to their concerns. I certainly enjoy work a little bit more when the Cultist Simulator soundtrack comes on, but yeah, suffice to say that some of the savings of the Anthology edition are coming in the additional things you'll get, which are not directly felt in the gameplay. But I'm more on your side. I actually think it's a pretty good deal. Okay, I need to do stuff with... So I don't need to check out the Vagabonds map anymore. I think the most sensible thing for me to do is to deal with the Graveyard Mouth now. It'd be nice if I can sell off some of my stuff in Oriflamme's auction house, but that's not going to be a game ender for me. So, paint. It doesn't really matter which one I kill with Contentment, because in the end, one of them's going to get sucked up. But we can probably go to the Ecdysis Club to fix that. I see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. Oh, come on, man. Oh, no! Okay, let's go to the cemetery. Okay, so this has already picked up the dread. This is actually going to go away on its own, so this is... Actually, this might work out. So, Passion... Bunch of Mystique. We've got 2 Contentment. Okay, so this Contentment's going to last just long enough to fix our problems. So this makes me happy. I might try and preserve the Contentment a little longer, just if I can. First things first. I mean, I suppose there's a question, do I even really need to take out this dread? I mean, might as well. There's no point in just leaving it around on the table. Is there something that I can put the... Right, actually, that's going to get me the Fleeting Reminiscence, which I'll be able to turn into Restlessness over time. For now, I'm actually going to use the Matchless Physique. And this is because I don't have... I don't have a lot of things I can do with the work verb right now. This will change, but at the moment, I want to keep my study verb open, and I want to keep my talk verb occupied. Okay, the focus of Amber. Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Okay, so we're gonna wait for the body. That's some good work, Maid in the Mirror. I'm pretty sure we're gonna lose the Maid in the Mirror, by the way, but not until I find a way of dealing with my dread. Okay, so we'll take the elixir, we'll take the human corpse, and we will take the dedication remembrance. This is just to get rid of the 5. I think 5 is the highest we've let the graveyard mouth get to. Season of Visions is coming up, so just as well that we're not generating anything that might potentially generate fascination. I am curious if this contentment will automatically populate, because I know there's a little bit of a lag. I mean, that lag is what allows me to sort of exploit the direction of certain cards to outcomes that I find more desirable. But it may also translate into me not getting this thing to count towards the dread. Okay, something profitable. If I get a something joyful, it's going to be great, but obviously that's a lot to hope for. The one nice thing about the cemetery is that it is going to continue generating mystique for me, so even though I don't have my job as a medium ticking by, I'm still able to take advantage of the cover that it gives. Okay, so Season of Visions is upon us. I have a Fleeting Reminiscence. It's not clear that I'm going to be able to hang on to this long enough, but we'll see. I'm going to avoid the Wildering Mirror right now, because while the Season of Visions isn't a danger, I'm just simply not going to... Excuse me. Good Lord, I'm yawning. I'm just not going to be able to get through the Peacock door fast enough, and then yes, you can actually get direct fascination from it. The one challenge is if I wind up with another Despair, which is potentially quite likely going through the Peacock door, then I'm in some pretty serious trouble. So we'll sit back a little bit. We'll hope for something joyful, and it looks like the contentment didn't trigger, so good to know for next time. I'll try and preserve it for a little longer. Here we'll take the reputation as a medium. I might as well take the money for it. Yeah, right now the aim is to just try and generate a little contentment for myself before we move on. Okay, Maid in the Mirror keeps digging up bodies. I keep eating the bodies. It's a well-oiled machine. Except that apparently I can't find my ambition. There it is. I put it in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be the elixir, then the ambition. That's just the way I've had it laid out. There's no gameplay reason for that, but board management is very important. It is kind of nice when you get rolling with the corpses, because obviously it's 30 seconds for most of this stuff. So I can get kind of a nice little... I can just get a nice little factory line of memories going while I wait for something that I can turn into restlessness. Reason I'm not turning the fleeting reminiscence into restlessness, in addition to the fact that I sort of already... like... If I were to turn it into restlessness now, I know that I'm going to spend more than 2 turns getting corpses. I've got the one human corpse. Oh, actually, you know what? I am going to use just one more turn. Never mind. But yeah, basically the idea is if I do it too early, I only have a minute of the restlessness. Then the restlessness turns into dread, and I'm back in the same problem that I have right now. So, but we'll bring the Maid in the Mirror as muscle. This is kind of the last thing that I was holding off on expeditions for. And now that I know that we've got sort of the last of the lone and level sands, and that we'll likely get something for the pale canvas, I'm sort of tempted to push on. Although I am getting close to the 2-hour overmark, and there is actually some streaming thing I'm going to do tomorrow, so we may have to leave it. I may start the expedition, and then I'll just leave it for the week after next to deliver. But we'll see. No promises either way. Alright. Always happy to get something profitable. Okay, so I let that run for the simple reason that I think the dominant option right now... Jesus, we're getting a lot of something profitable. So other than the fact that I don't have any contentment... this is a pretty good time for me to it's a pretty good time for me to go on the expeditions. So I'm gonna run for it. Lagan's Tomb, a low slope-sided rectangle of mud brick in an obscure fold of the desert. It is not remarkable to look at, but Lagun was counted among the immortal long, and no robber has ever breached his tomb. In this case, we will bring King Crucible as the leader, the Callagine as the next follower. We'll add money. Lagun's tomb will be difficult to find in the desert. We must navigate by the stars. Its door has long resisted the assaults of tomb robbers. We must bring what force we can. There will likely be a curse. We must be prepared for it. So it's 30 seconds to set up, but what I'm going to do here is have a chat with the Maid in the Mirror. Now, this makes me kind of sad because obviously it's going to give me a bit... Excuse me, it's going to be a bit of a risk with the fleeting... Oh, no, I can keep the fleeting reminiscence. That's surprising. I wonder if it does something. Basically, I want to have a chat with Miss Nania to convert the fleeting reminiscence into restlessness when I can. Not at the... like, I'm not going to do... Well, maybe I'll do one of these. In this case, I'm going to do this fleeting reminiscence just so I can take advantage of it. And we still have something profitable. We're not going to lose it because of time. Although I am mildly tempted to see whether or not I can paint it. Something menacing. So that'll generate dread. I want to be careful on that. But we've eliminated our... We've eliminated the danger from the... we've eliminated the danger from the graveyard mouth. So painting would not be a bad way for me to try and get the contentment I need. But in this case, I'm going to do a bad thing and I'm going to buy drugs. Have a good night, Cisco Zombie. In times of a special crisis, I might visit a discreet pharmacist to purchase a tincture of opium and make my dreams sweet, but only in times of a special crisis. So we'll see if that was a good idea or not. In the meantime, Medusa's lament on the death of the hour called the Seven Coils, the father of the mother. We will translate the Greek. Okay, so the warded door, an engineer or an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. So we've got plenty of forge. We have desolation, an immense and tawny furnace barely contained by its horizons. At night, a chilly wilderness of stars. We must go carefully with forge to shape our way, or grail to secure us against thirst. And finally, we have the dry soul curse. We will require heart or lantern to suppress the curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. So I'm going to start by putting the money in for the same reason that I said before. I'll handle dealing with a lower chance of success versus completely losing the expedition. After that, we'll probably bring in more lantern people because I really like the Pope Clifton Cat Caro combo. I leave it to you better writers to write the fanfic for that. Alright, we will use our reputation for something profitable. I am genuinely curious about what will happen if I use this with Miss Nania. So I'm doing this purely to preserve the Maid in the Mirror. There's no benefit to bringing her on the expedition. But I would like to preserve her, and I know that I'll still have the opportunity to add Clifton and Cat Caro. In the meantime, I'm going to have a chat with Miss Nania. I still have enough time, so I'm curious what will happen with something menacing. So her eyes are watchful. Oh, that deep peace, but I should not do this again. And it looks like my breathing has been labored, my thoughts confused. Perhaps I should not have indulged so freely in that cure for pain. So I should have enough vitality to deal with whatever that consequence is. I have shaken loose the despair, though, and that's pretty important given the fact that it's very likely the next few books that I read will be generating... Oh, god damn it. Season of Ardors. So I had a non-drug solution to the problem if I was just patient. Okay, well, let's go lift heavy things and put them down again. The sun is setting. We look back across the we look back across the desolation we crossed and all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, stars prickle. The wind presses cold hands to our faces. Onwards. Okay, so that's turned into a rousing air. I can live with that. We've translated Medusa's lament. I will convert. I'm going to wait 6 seconds, then I'll convert this. And we can begin the manner in which the alchemist was spared and translate the back. Okay, so generally okay. Would have been nice if I was just patient for the contentment and got the... didn't have to... I mean, I lost the money and the... I'm a little late, but we'll manage. It would have been nice if I didn't have to lose the funds as well as the health, but we mitigated the damage. That's kind of that was the whole point of doing this. So I'm a little worried about this season of visions that's coming up, but again, we're not reading any books, so it won't likely affect us unless we wind up with some kind of fascination. Okay, we'll add Pope Clifton to begin with. Got my restlessness back, so now we keep doing what we've always been doing. The illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Not spending 2 on opium, that's insane. Okay, now, talk verb. there is an argument for me to try and fix the mirror again. I still have enough silver spintrea, and I don't have any immediate needs of my for my talk verb. So now seems the time to do it, because I will probably want to use the talk verb to shelter the maid in the mirror when the time comes. I've kind of given up on commissions for the next little while, but this is just purely because there are other priorities that are coming up. Almost certainly shatter this warded door. I'm going to put Cat Caro in there just so I can sort of set it and forget it. Prepare the text for study. All right. So let's just read this in order. It's 58 seconds, so we're okay for the reading. Omar the Blaze's book. Omar claims that the hour called the Watchman is both a god who was flesh, an hour who was mortal, and also a god from light, an hour who descended from the glory, but adds finally that the Watchman's origin is triple, and that in essence he is amber. Well, that just clears it up. So as always, we just put the restlessness in when we can, generate the mystique to deal with the notoriety that will emerge, and at some point after I'm done reading the books, it would be nice to pursue upgrades so that we could take the Vagabond's maps and turn them into sort of Port Noon anecdotes. But this is going to require, first of all, it's going to require me to get through my existing books. That's just because I want to maximize the use of the study verb. On top of that, that's going to require me to generate some glimmerings to get things like the unresolved ambiguities up to where they need to be. The sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. And the course of the heart is triggered, which again, always happens when I don't need it. My follower needs a silver spintrea, they will have it. So yeah, I need to upgrade the Forbidden Epics, I need to upgrade the Unresolved Ambiguity, I need to upgrade the Vagabond map, and only then will I have one Port Noon anecdote to work with. So it's going to be a bit of a slog, and I would generally prefer not to have to do that. But we'll see, we'll see what happens, because of course I did just get over a point where I was in a bit of danger because of dread, which means I may not necessarily want to go to the Peacock Door all the time. With that in mind, though, now is the time for me to go through the Peacock Door. Oh no, it's not, because the Season of Despair is coming up. And I miraculously dodged the Season of Visions somehow. So, the Watchman, according to Omar, was once another hour entirely, who ascended into the glory to escape efforts by other hours to send him to nowhere. It may be that Omar's sense of persecution creeps into the narrative. At this point, certainly it grows less coherent, and at least part of it is devoted to attempts to prove that eyes, eggs, and the sun are in some sense conjunct. So you have the mantra of ascent, which is a new bit of lore for us. The ascent of knives is the bloodiest of the Watchman's tests. Those who pass it and are dead enter the service of the sun in rags. Those who pass it and are a little those living who pass it are a little closer to the glory. Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with the fascination. The thing is, I don't have anything I can really do about it until 55.5 seconds. There's the possibility I'll generate dread from the dream, at which point, we're right back to the problems we started off with. But I can't know that, and there's no point in fretting about it until it happens. There is a question about whether or not I want to wait for reading Medusa's Lament. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait on Medusa's Lament. Does the Tricuspid Door contain better pink lore? If it is... Yeah, I have mixed feelings about the Spider's Door. I think you go to the Spider's Door for influence more than anything. I do think that going through the Peacock Door will give you access to better It will give you access to better lore, but it's definitely a very high-risk proposition because there's a lot of ways you can wind up with dread, and there's a few ways you can wind up with fascination, either directly or indirectly through the decay of influence. So it's a risky bet, but it really is where the best stuff is. And like, again, just to give you an idea, like if you want to think about opportunity cost. So in order to get what the lore from the Peacock Door would get me, I'm going to need to double up the forbidden epics that I have, which will mean that I need, let's say that I use the library. So at that point, I need a glimmering. So in this case, I'm going to need to do the test with the glimmering. Okay, fair enough. So we, spend 2 or 3 minutes getting that. Now I've got my unresolved ambiguity. Okay, well, I already own an unresolved ambiguity, so now we'll double it up again. What do I need here? Well, I don't have a rarefied mind, so I HQ with a library. Okay, so we'll use the HQ with a library there, but that means now I need erudition and a glimmering. Okay, so we'll put all that together. So now I've needed 2 glimmerings, 2 uses of the library, 1 erudition. Okay, now I have the Vagabond's map, which is the thing I would have gotten from the Tricuspid Gate. And of course, at that point, I'm going to do the upgrade. And again, similar idea. I need the library, I need the erudition and the glimmering. And so in the end, I wind up needing something like 3 glimmering and 2 erudition, which they're not impossible to get. They're just more difficult than, they're more difficult than you would like them to be to obtain, especially in such quantities to upgrade lore. And then, of course, I need to rinse and repeat however many, locations in the Evening Isles. So I'm going to leave this study verb open for a little bit. That's just to wait for the Season of Despair to roll by, because, again, we tend to wind up getting nasty stuff for these higher level books. And then, of course, it's also just to reflect the fact that I might wind up with something nasty from the Peacock Door. So I will, however, have a chat with Valsine, because we're still not at the point where we're collecting goodies, so I can sort of afford to get that housekeeping out of the way. The Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power which knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. So we've got the 10 Lantern. That's everything that we need from the Dry Soul Curse. It's always the chance that it'll trigger. That's sad if it does, because Dry Soul Curse is not exactly this, it's not my idea of a good time, but we've done our best to arm ourselves against it. All right, decision time. Well, possibility of more fascination, possibility of dread behind the word museum. Let's go for the Red Church. It feels like a weak choice, and it paid off. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass, and the shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night, the names of the Grail were gathered to speak of those long who've sworn off the pleasures of the bedchambers, save between man and man, or woman and woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an Ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a Lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a Thirstly lamented. Then they fell gossiping of the long in the house of Leith, and their deeds in the desert. I remember them still. It is no longer automatic success. That changed, so I'm assuming the intention here, but the reasoning seems to be that in Expedition... So I believe it's only when a summoning escapes that you can have a follower instantly killed. What happens on expeditions now is that if where you normally would have lost a cultist, they get a wound, and you can basically spend money to heal wounds. Now, if you do that, basically what will happen there, wounds are a nice little sort of risk-reward trade-off. So perfect example here is Elizabeth. And I can actually explain it through, so scar, old wound. Step closer to the sunset and see the first stars of night. 3 scars of the same type will kill a mortal. So right now, this character has got 2 winter wounds. Now, they could get basically 2 wounds of everything else. I don't believe there are secret history wounds, but they could get kind of 2 grail, 2 moth, 2 lantern, 2 forge, 2 edge, 2 winter, 2 heart, 2 knock wounds. Porter actually has a knock wound. And this would basically make them a level 4 in all aspects except their primary one. And obviously if Elizabeth got 2 moth wounds, this would actually make her a level 9 character. So the trade-off on that was this. Because failure no longer meant the possibility of losing a follower forever, that instead the follower would be a bit closer to death but also gain something in return, there are basically no longer guaranteed roles in the game. And I think it makes the expeditions a lot more interesting. I'm not entirely convinced that it solved... I say this as somebody who's a very conservative player. I'm not entirely sure it solved the whole risk aversion that players naturally have in games like this, but it's done a lot to alleviate those concerns. So it's preferable, but having 10 lore, like in situations like this, especially when it comes to a curse where you were never going to lose a character anyway, you can wind up in some really frustrating situations with a curse where you sort of feel like the game is beating you down. Okay, so I know I'm not going to have to deal with Dread. Let's start reading Medusa's Lament. On the death of the first part of the poem describes the ambush by the seven coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor gods, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. I already have the restlessness, right? So let's just let's get rid of the fascination. There's no point in leaving that around. I'll pay for the repair. And we'll continue to do our medium job. So we already have the Season of Suspicion. I don't really have a lot to worry about for the next 30 seconds. And our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us, so good news there. I think I'm probably going to wrap it up after this expedition. Maya is not going to get me anything for the... I don't think it'll get me anything for the pale canvas. It seems like a decent enough breakpoint. I might like seed the expedition with the first group of people or something like that, but I'm definitely feeling the effects. I'm 2 hours over. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. And while I don't have work, there is going to be some stuff that I need to do. So it would have been nice to try and push ahead, but it gives a reason to have a big troop of cultists so you could keep a few experienced ones to do stuff. Also consider secret stories are everything in the Mansis. I imagine that there are no secret histories wounds because it basically is like a story, a blank canvas, which is everything. I mean, so the reason I know I was talking for the longest time about this big secret cultist simulator project that I was doing, it's actually done. It's just that there's been so much stuff going on around the game that it felt inappropriate to like actively push out all this other stuff, especially when people are waiting to hear, you know, from like Weather Factory. So there's actually a couple of really interesting things about the way that the secret histories relate to some of the other cards inside of the game, but it does turn out that the secret histories have something of an ambiguous status as a principle. There are some people in the player base who sort of believe it to be a principle just like Grail or Forge or something like that. And there are people who don't really consider it to be a proper principle. And my argument would be that ambiguity is actually embedded in the structure of the game itself. That's a little bit of the analysis that I did. But I mean, this is the thing. Like, I'm just some nerd who decided to look at the game in a unusual way. I don't really have I have one lens through which you can look at that question. And whether you decide to use that lens is one thing. Whether or not it's useful is one thing. But it was interesting. I do intend to publish it. I'm just not sure when or how or what. But I do need to get back to blogging. So I was originally going to do some of that, and one of the reasons why I'm playing later is like, well, I was originally going to do some writing, but I can do that writing at another time. So yeah, well, I think that's partly. I don't know whether or not that's a definitive statement on whether or not it's a principle. But yeah, definitely. I think, excuse me.
I would never want to belong to any club.
Who was that? I'm sorry, I'm busy yawning. It's late for me. So, Hyena Axel 4212. Thank you very much for the follow. I think one of the things too is, if you think about it, like, imagine you did have Exalted Secret Histories. So first of all, there are no Secret Histories followers. There aren't followers with the aspect of Secret Histories. But imagine that there were. Like, what would you summon, or what rituals would you perform with 10 Secret Histories? I mean, I guess you'd wind up unlocking a whole bunch of Secret Histories that way, but yeah, there's lots of different ways of reading it, and I don't actually have a definitive answer to it. I just thought it was very interesting that this thing that players talk about has actually is reflected in the way that the game itself is structured. So, but I won't give away too many of the stories on that, because hopefully you guys will read that article when it comes out. The battle rages on until the Seven Coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A seven-tilted goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her seventh title is not to be revealed. Okay. I'm going to risk another inconvenient encounter with Dread and go straight into the manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Anel Verdier used this text as a basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the Vansis like vermin. One learned the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Oh, what am I doing to myself? Okay, I'm actually in danger. So, knowing what I know, I'm going to... This is a tough call. One drugs, please. Alright, in the central chamber, Lagan, the once immortal Long, lies peacefully naked on sandalwood bier. He is perfectly preserved, a slender, dark-skinned man in excellent physical health, but at our approach he crumbles into blackened flakes like fallen leaves. Objects glint from the remains. Do I still get a memory? So I was originally going to try painting, but I don't think painting will arrive in time, so I opted for the drugs to help with the dread. I will gather what I can of Lagan's remains, and I will find a way to unlock the memories within, even if I have to steep it in tea. That's a great image. We find a pocket watch, a book, a quantity of Algerian currency, all from our own era. He must have come and gone many times from this place before he resigned himself to his final rest. On the back of the watch, we see engraved the closed eye of the Long Society called the Obliviates. So, Cat Caro, good work, notoriety, an unfortunate side effect, Made in the Mirror, Callagine, King Crucible, the A-Team. Okay, the Alec-Purine Shears. In the north there is a city of great wealth where dwelt a protector of the world. One day he fell silent. These shears were used to take from him first his hair, and then his fingers, and then what remained. So level 12 Moth, Atlas of Dreams. The shape of the world changes in each past, but the shape of the Mansus is reflected in all of them. One cannot map the Mansus, but one can make an attempt to map its reflections. This isn't actually a... This isn't a book, this is a tool. And it apparently will give me a forbidden epic. The Voyages of Furnishim of Oriol. What I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to read the books when I translate them, because I do think I need to go to bed. And we've got the Holiest Hemiolymph. Faint traces of an enigmatic substance spilt in the commission of an ancient crime, tightly sealed in a glass ampule. Who will remember the barber's son? Now this has the aspect remnant, which makes it very interesting to me. And Azoth. Store this only in containers of a pure element and never permit it to grow warm. Perhaps it isn't the final solvent that the alchemist sought, but it will do for our purposes. Running out of space. Alright. I'm going to move this all to the side here. Okay. So this is actually a decent excuse for me to paint away the... this is a decent excuse for me to paint away the restlessness so that I can paint 2 remnants. In the meantime, I will set up Maya. This is not so that I can do it tonight. This is just so that I'm not an idiot when the stream starts. So, the city Maya has long been sunk in the desert. Only ghosts walk its streets. Anything left there will be well hidden, and the vagabond's curse hangs over it all. Her revenge on that place that wronged her so. So, we've locked that in. One thing I will do is run this out for the... I'm going to run this out for the opium. Alright, I will gather... Oh, we've got that, so... Long flake. Very little remains, but the taste, the unheralded taste. So while I'm at it, I just want to take a quick second here and make sure that I'm not missing any other remnants. I don't think so. It's pretty obvious when there's a memory. But I don't want to turn around and suddenly find out, oh, I've actually had the item all along. I'll also admit I'm a little surprised that I don't have any knock or edge pigments. I genuinely would have thought that we would have found some by now, but maybe I've been lucky/unlucky. Alright, so apparently there's serious consequences for... Either I'm just very unlucky, or I'm getting in serious trouble. Okay, I'm just gonna talk about vitality for a little bit so I can preserve it. Inspiration and desperation. I've been paid my fee. It's difficult to say whether I've earned it. Fortunately, it's difficult for them to say whether I've earned it too. Okay, the erudition will be helpful for upgrading the... it'll be helpful for upgrading the secret histories if it comes to that. I already have... well... Okay, so this would be the library, the erudition, but I don't have the glimmering, so I still need to paint that. I think I'm going to do another run with the reputation as a medium. Got 30 seconds for that. Also, it generates mystique, so that's good. Okay, so now I need to be careful about my despair, but we may wind up with something there. Okay, so this would be a point where I'd want to bring in the Maid in the Mirror because of the Fretful Dead. We already have enough Forge, Lantern or Knock, and Heart or Grail. Well, this is going to be a pain. I'm going to start by bringing Dorothy. Unless the Maid in the Mirror becomes available. And we got Fascination for our trouble, so this is actually one of the cases where I would have preferred to have kept the Dread, although of course the Dread would have already been absorbed by this, so... through the black, the yellow, the red... Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. We found the mysteries of making. The Forge of Days, the Meniscate, and the Madrigard are gods from light. Mercury, silver, and gold are the seeds of the work, and here is their secret doctrine. Use this and I write with the consecrated lintel and a little Vulgan and other resources of equal power to summon King Crucible, who is currently in my service. Okay, so combining the Fascination with the Fleeting Reminiscence seems to be the right call here. We have a season of sickness coming up, so I'm going to need to find another source of vitality or just simply spend money on getting better. I'm going to run out the clock for the vitality. Actually, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to. Oh, this is a pain. Okay. So again, I'm gonna run this as long as I can. Okay, our forge skills should keep us safe and lead us through the baking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine. So my summons have been taken care of. I'd like to keep the vitality if I can, but I don't have any really good things. I don't have any really good ways of making that happen, if I'm completely honest. Got 39 seconds. Okay, so I can't use the matchless physique. What I can do though, can paint. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use vitality as my inspiration for a little while. Is there really nothing I can do with my study? No, I don't want to use a passion for that because I might make it tired. Okay, so again, this is just to extend the life of my vitality. I'm going to switch this out for restlessness to paint it away. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this restlessness. Alright, so let me just think about this fascination. The right call is to eliminate it with... no, it's not. Because I'm going to want my vitality to cure the sickness. so switch you out. So 10 seconds, and then this vitality becomes useful. Spend money on colors of the night. Okay, now the clock is ticking on this restlessness. Now this one I might be able to just turn into dread and deal with the fascination, but we'll see how that works. We certainly have no shortage of fleeting reminiscence to deal with fascination right now. Okay, so my opium sickness I get rid of with vitality. We get a reprieve next session.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have
Let's
someone
see who
like me.
followed that. Exotic Kitten, thank you very much for the follow. I should just caution you, I'm pretty much wrapping up here. I'm just trying to make sure, what this has been about is just making sure that I'm set up so that next week I'm going to be at a meeting of local game developers, so I'm not going to be able to stream this. This is the normal thing for third. I'm not a developer myself, but they're cool people to hang out with, and I learn a lot. So it's going to be week after next that I come back to this. So I just kind of want to make sure that I'm set up in such a way that there isn't like something that was obvious to me right now that I completely forget to do. So let's just review the position. So we're currently generating erudition. The reason I did that is just the chance that I'll need the passion for another painting. The hope here is that the painting is going to be generating some glimmering and whatnot on its own, so then of course I can upgrade stuff like the Vagabond's map. The main purpose of that, of course, was to eliminate, just eliminate restlessness and free it up to start doing some of these other activities, but it's a nice side effect. So let's say we're going to do 2 paintings with the restlessness just to get rid of it. These fleeting reminiscence will not likely last long enough to be able to fix it, but you never know. At some point, I'm going to need to deal with the Season of Sickness, which... Oh, I guess it must have just gone away because of the opium? Lucky for me if it did. So in 30 seconds, we will either take the Holiest Hemelith or the Long Flake and turn that into memories. So with that in mind, we've got 5 for the Pale Canvas. Now, with the hypothesis that there are 7, again, absolutely no reason at all for me to believe that that was true. Although in the case of the priest, there were 7. So we'll allow for that possibility. If that's true, then we're finished the painting. That also makes me think that there is not 7 sort of colors for it, because I think if there were, probably one of them would be locked behind the highest level of secret histories. I don't know, though. We'll see. Anyways, I was doing the review. So read it to whatever's to hand. We're going to get the extra erudition on the odd chance we get to upgrade the Vagabond's map. Then we're going to take this study and we will use the elixir with the remnants, and then we will add them to the painting. Work verb is going to get 2 paintings, then we'll work with the pale canvas. Explore is going to sort itself out. Oh, interesting. Okay, day after day, the sun tautens our skin, dries our mouths, floods our skulls with savage light. We might be lost. It's possible we're lost. So, despite our 20 forge, we actually did not pass it, which means I'm going to need to put more money towards it. That's fine. That's something I'll be focusing on next game, so I don't need to worry about that. Season of Suspicion's just going to be dealt with. Like, it's... Yes, I have notoriety. No, there's no way of getting rid of it reliably, so we'll just live with it. I'm going to keep the talk verb available because I may want to convert some of this restlessness or this fleeting reminiscence or whatever into something else. It's really hard for me to say that I want to find a body to put through the spider's door, and there is an argument for me to be doing commissions, but it's a little... I mean, it's not that precarious for me to be doing them right now, I guess. I'll consider it. But one way or the other, Well, okay, actually there's one thing that I can do, and that's to talk to these jokers and at least find out what my commissions are going to be. But with all of that in mind, I think I am done for tonight. So we made more progress on the pale canvas than I thought we would. I believe we added one new color, for lack of a better term, aspect. They're colors. They all say colors. So yeah, we definitely added we have one color on the canvas itself, and then we will have two more that we add to it. On top of that, we will be beginning our last batch of expeditions, which admittedly will be difficult to do because there does not seem to be a direct way of accessing sort of the Port Noon anecdotes or whatever they're called. But I know past a certain point, you get the Frangiclave, which makes it a lot easier to get through the Peacock door. And then presumably at that point, it'll be a little bit easier for us to start grabbing Vagabond's maps, which will be harder, or won't be as hard to upgrade. All of this is for another time, though. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I don't know who's online at this hour, because I'm not normally up at this time on a weekday. But let's see who's kicking around. We've got Metamancer, OTDQ, Outworld, Naysayer, Kilgore Trout, Octavian. Man, there's a lot of really good people here. I don't always get a chance to host OTDQ, so I'm gonna send you folks along to him. He tends to do a lot of speedrun stuff. So what's interesting here is he's actually playing a game that he worked on, which is Celeste. Now, I've not actually seen Celeste, but OTDQ, his name's Kevin Regami. You are familiar with his work if you played anything from Darkest Dungeon to Sword of the Stars of the Pit to Celeste. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Definitely a very impressive resume and a really friendly guy, so I hope you guys enjoy it. As for me, I am going to be back on Friday. If I can, I'd love to do a special stream tomorrow, but I have a feeling some other events will keep me from doing that. So Friday stream for sure. I will be back Monday with Stellaris, no Wednesday stream, and then we'll be back on Friday for possibly Darkest Dungeon or something else. If you are only here for Cultist Simulator, then it is the week after next that we will be picking up this playthrough and making some more progress on the Palest Painting. Until then, have a lovely evening, and we will see you next time.